What is up, everyone? Cody GTV here, back for round number 2 of the 1987 Winston Cup Series recreation on iRacing. Currently, most of the way through here with practice. This is race number 2 here at Rockingham. It is the uh, second race of the year, following the last race of the Daytona 500. We're here at Rockingham for the Goodwrench 500. 492 laps is the distance. Going to be an interesting race here. Got the top 10 leaderboard there in your upper right hand corner as we're watching Dale Yarborough, currently quickest in practice over Terry Labonte. Michael Waltrip runs third, Rusty Wallace fourth. Bill Elliott rounds out the top 5 here, nearing the end of practice. Darrell Waltrip sixth, Buddy Baker seventh, Davey Allison eighth, ninth, Bobby Hillen Jr., and Ken Schrader rounds out the top 10. Most of the paint schemes so far are loading. Haven't really seen too many issues, but like we had in the first race, just wanted to advise you, sometimes with trading paints, paint schemes may not load 100% correctly. So I believe so far we've had issues. There's the 9 of Bill Elliott, not quite loading in there, but pretty close, not quite. Behind him, that's the 70, JD McDuffie. Dale Yarborough continues to practice here so far. That's going to do it for the end of practice. Last week's winner, Rusty Wallace, will ride with him for his qualifying. Through turn 2, down the backstretch, Kodiak number 27, Rusty Wallace, the Daytona 500 winner. Be interesting to see how he fares here in qualifying. At the line, P9 it shows right now. Dale Earnhardt tentatively holds the pole over Bill Elliott, Bobby Allison, Davey Allison, Kyle Petty round out your top 5. Through turns 3 here, out of turn 4. The line. See if the second lap is any better. A little bit. Looks like he was up to 7th. He's going to fizzle back to 9th. That car will soon head pitside. So that will do it here for qualifying. We'll go ahead and advance to the race. field to grid here. All right. So on the pole is Dale Earnhardt. Outside of him will be the Wins Mobile of the 83. That's Lake Speed. Third will be the 17 of Darrell Waltrip. Fourth, Bobby Allison there in the 22. Rounding out the top five is the 9 of Bill Elliott. Sixth to the 35, Benny Parsons. Seventh, Davey Allison. Eighth, Jeff Bodine, the Levi Garrett number 5. Ninth will be the Kodiak number 27, Rusty Wallace, the Daytona 500 champion. And outside of him, rounding out the top 10 will be Morgan Shepherd in the 26th. Ken Schrader and Neil Bonnet make up row 6, followed by Michael Waltrip, Cale Yarborough, Kyle Petty, Dave Marcus, Buddy Baker, the King Richard Petty, Donnie Allison, and Alan Kulwicki round out the top 20. 21st, the 33, that's the School Bandit car of Harry Gant. Outside of him will be Terry Labonte, Bobby Hillin Jr., Dale Jarrett, Ron Bouchard, Ricky Rudd, Rick Wilson, Ernie Irvin, Phil Parsons, Derek Cope, Brett Bodine, Greg Sachs, Rodney Combs. That's another paint scheme having issues there. I believe he would be the number 64 car, showing him in the car 301. Outside of him, though, is the 67 Buddy Arrington, 57 Jody Ridley, JD McDuffie, Jimmy Means, the 31 there of Jim Sauter, Ronnie Thomas, Mark Stahl, Steve Chrisman, Connie Saylor, and Chet Phillip. Another paint scheme there, not rendering. So we will get them gridded here soon. Pace car will go. Here they come out at turn 4 to the green flag. Goodwrench 500 is underway. Earnhardt going to lead the field off into turn 1 here. 22 Bobby Allison there on the outside. Lake Speed's going to settle into third. Here comes Benny Parsons around the outside. Complete lap 1. Jeff Bodine there on the outside. He's got pressure. Here comes the 26 Morgan Shepherd. At the line, they're going to be Earnhardt leading the lap. So Earnhardt will lead as the field still lots of battling, kind of waiting and watching here to see the field settle down. Earnhardt there leading. Bobby Allison going to settle into the second spot. Third there to the 26 Morgan Shepherd. Neil Bonnet fourth. Yarborough is going to set in. Yarborough is going to set in the fifth there. Neil Bonnet right in front of him. Dave Marcus in sixth. Good run for him. Jeff Bodine currently seventh. Lake Speed from the outside pole to eighth. Benny Parson ninth. And Richard Petty rounds out the top 10. Earnhardt will lead. So currently working on lap 6. First handful of laps have been completed. So far, nothing really too eventful. No yellows here today. Jeff Bodine just got by Lake Speed for 7th. Daryl Waltrip is battling with Ernie Irvin there and Ken Schrader. Waltrip on the outside. Rusty Wallace there working the 13th spot. He's trying to get by the 15 there of Ricky Rudd. Bobby Allison settling still in the 2nd spot. Going to try to, looks like the top 5 or 10 here. Everybody's starting to settle down, trying to get some laps logged here. It's Earnhardt going to complete lap 6 in the lead. Benny Parsons just gets by Dave Marcus there. That is the race for the 5th spot. Still a fairly green racetrack. Not too much of a racing groove laid down yet. Pretty rubber-free surface, but practice started, I believe, at about 10% track state, so a little bit of tire wear, but not much. Still a very, very clean track out there with 492 laps on tap here. Should be a good one. We'll see that racing line really develop here. Let's take a look back on Alan Kulwicki, maybe. Kulwicki had a crash there. Let's go to him there. Our number 7. Let's do a little bit of a replay on him. Let's see what happened with Wiki. Ooh, him and Bill Elliott make contact. Both are in the wall. Tough brakes there. Wiki's headed pit side. Dale Jarrett possibly involved in some. Let's see what we find on the 18 car. Any incidents with him? Wiki hits pit side. Get back live here. Here is your leader, Dale Earnhardt, coming out of turn 4. So a tough break for Kulwicki. He's now pit side. As we go to the 9 of Bill Elliott. Elliott does continue. He's fallen back though to the 19th spot there. We see now settling into 20. Earnhardt leads it. Battle for second. Morgan Shepherd, Dale Yarborough. Yarborough's going to get the spot around him on the outside, heading to turns 1 and 2. Earnhardt now out to almost 7/10 of a second lead, pulling away from Yarborough. No contenders have challenged Earnhardt here yet. So Greg Sachs gets by Ricky Rudd. That's for the 15th spot. Ricky Rudd now under attack from Ron Bouchard and Bill Elliott. See the damage there on the left side of Bill Elliott. It appears to be purely cosmetic, as Elliott really hasn't seemed to lose any speed in that number 9 machine. It's currently P17. Ron Bouchard right in front of him. Earnhardt continues to lead over Yarborough. Buddy Baker gets by Rick Wilson. That's for the 22nd spot. Wiki still pit side. It's going to knock him almost, if not out of contention. Yarborough there is Morgan Shepherd and Benny Parsons, both of those green machines. Still no contest yet for Earnhardt. Kyle Petty gets by Garrett Cope. That's from the 20th spot. We'll take a look there. Side by side here in into turn 1. Earnhardt exiting turn 2 down the backstretch as the battle for 20th continues here. Comes Harry Gant now on the outside. Kyle Petty will lose some momentum there on the inside. Go back here to Earnhardt. Lake Speed just got by Neil Bonnet. Appears that is the battle for 8th. Some shuffling 18th through 21st. 18th now Ricky Rudd. 19th Ernie Irvin. Buddy Baker. 20th Kyle Petty's going to fall back some more into the 21st. Petty scored 23rd there. Earnhardt pulling out to a commanding lead here still. Nobody has been a challenge for the Wrangler number 3 so far today. We will go take a look at second place Morgan Shepherd. He's cut a 10th or so off Earnhardt's lead. Let's go on board with him. As Earnhardt, you can see him there in the sights, working the throttle there for Morgan Shepherd, trying to hold the bottom. As we actually see looking there on the camera, it looks like a lap car might be in front of Earnhardt. Try to figure out who that is here. Is that Dale Jarrett? Dale Jarrett there in the 18. Let's try to find an instant replay and maybe see what happened to him. Not seeing any issues there with him. Kowicki exits pit lane. He currently resides in last place. That car is 11, make it now 12 laps down. There's Earnhardt. Wrangler number 3 machine. Rick Wilson, Derek Cope battle, that's for 24th and 25th. Give it to Rick Wilson. Currently 25 laps, working on lap 25 here. Currently Dale Earnhardt leads over Morgan Shepherd, Cale Yarborough, Benny Parsons, Bobby Allison, Lake Speed, Jeff Bodine, Dave Marcus, Neil Bonnet, and Darrell Waltrip round out your top 10. Watching live currently here on the YouTube of Cody G TV. So if I'm not mistaken, currently 25 laps complete, working on lap 26. I believe the fuel or pit stop, tire cycle, whatever you want to consider it, about 70 to 80 laps, if I'm not mistaken. So about a third of the way through the pit sequence here. So we'll see if anybody maybe decides to short pit or anything like that. Something to keep an eye on. Buddy Baker gets by Ricky Rudd. That's the battle for 21st. Bobby Helen Jr. is going to move up to the 22nd spot. Rudd has kind of fallen back throughout the race, kind of tanked. Don't remember exactly where he started, but he settled in towards the back of the field. Bobby Allison, Benny Parsons there Allison going to move up to the 4th spot. Here comes Lake Speed around the outside. He's looking to get by. That's a 7 of Kowicki, a lap car. He's going to get by 35 of Benny Parsons. That is to put Lake Speed back in P5. Kowicki there, lots of speed on the outside. Now, mind you, Kowicki is on way fresher tires. He's only been out about 6 laps, so tires definitely, we are already seeing here the difference of tires versus not having tires. Kowicki is a man on a mission right now, currently about 12 laps down. See how many of those he can get back, as Dale Earnhardt currently leads here at Rockingham. So we see he is catching Dale Jarrett there. Looks like Coates and Clark, number 18 machine. Tire wear here at the Rock has definitely been a factor. We'll take a moment to kind of talk about some lap times. Dale Earnhardt's best lap was a 24.951. His last lap already almost 3 seconds of fall off. Last lap of 27.839. As here comes Kowicki. Kowicki, a man on a mission there in that car number 7. He's looking to get a lap back on Earnhardt, and Kowicki now is going to be 11 laps down. Don't foresee him getting back onto lead lap by any means, but definitely a topic here to follow. Kowicki now has got 1 lap back. 10 laps since he's been out of the pit, so we see already the difference of tires, as there's Earnhardt, there's Kowicki there ahead of him, so definitely pulling away. Kowicki's last lap was a 26.9 to Earnhardt's 27.8, so almost, doing some math here, that's nearly a second faster, if I'm not mistaken. Go through the top 10, take a look here at everybody. Earnhardt leads by about 1.2 seconds over the Quaker State 26. That's Morgan Shepherd. The Hardys 29. Yarborough there, P3, but he's under pressure now. Give P3 to the wins. Kmart 83 of Lake Speed. So Yarborough now rounds out the 4th position. 5th, the Miller machine there. That's Bobby Allison. 6th will be the 35, Benny Parsons there. That's the Folger sponsored machine. 5th, the Levi Garrett, or excuse me, 7th, the number 5 Levi Garrett machine. That's Jeff Bodine. Right behind him, a solid run so far for Dave Marcus. I believe they kind of struggled there at Daytona, if I can remember correctly. Right behind him, it's a pair of Valvoline cars. Neil Bonnet, Greg Sachs battle for 9th and 10th. Give 9th to Bonnet, 10th to Greg Sachs. 75 and 50 machine, numbered machine, respectively. And I want to go to the 28 of Davey Allison. Tough run for him. Had a stellar performance most of the race at Daytona. I believe some damage or pit cycles. Can't 100% remember. It's been a week or two since I've done these videos. So I remember he was pretty dominant early in the 500. Then kind of had something happen to him. Fell out of contention. So we'll go back here to Earnhardt. He's looking to catch there. That's the 18 of Dale Jarrett. 41st to 42nd. Not a whole lot of space as Earnhardt not into heavy lap traffic by any means, but lap traffic is going to start to come into a little bit of play. Most of the field still pretty tight knit. Morgan Shepherd, Lake Speed, Yarborough, he's got Bobby Allison putting some pressure on him. Darrell Waltrip moved into the 9th spot, gets by Neil Bonnet. He's got his sights set on the 8th place, number 5. That's Jeff Bodine. We're going to roll bar there. Give 8th 4th place to Walter. See Morgan Shepherd there. He's still got Dale Earnhardt in his windshield. Earnhardt now has a windshield hole. That is the 18 there still. That is Dale Jarrett. Back and watch that contest live here. 39 in the books, working on lap 40 here. Morgan Shepherd starting to knock some time off the number 3 Shepherd, only about 9/10 of a second. He's gained already about 3/10 more or less off Earnhardt. Bring in Lake Speed, Cale Yarborough, and Bobby Allison with him. A little bit of space back there to Benny Parsons there in 6th, but not out of the picture. Folger's 35 machine has had some speed here today. Earnhardt needs to get by Dale Jarrett. Morgan Shepherd currently 8/10 now, make it 7/10 of a second behind. Jarrett's going to go to the bottom. Earnhardt's going to look to get by him here on the outside. Earnhardt's going to clear Dale Jarrett. Next contestant is going to be the 26th of Shepherd. Walter, Neil Bonnet continue to battle. That's for the 9th and 10th spot. Dave Marcus there in 11th, still having a pretty good run for them. 71 machine. Bill Elliott, Harry Gant there. Elliott still with that left side damage from earlier contact with Wiki. Wiki 11 laps down still. Jim Sauter having a pretty good run. Running 21st. Gets by Harry Gant there. Gant in 22nd. Look back, there's Morgan Shepherd. Just in time to watch this battle. Here's Morgan Shepherd putting the pressure now on Earnhardt. 10th of a second. This is a race for the lead. Not sure, kind of missed that. Not sure if maybe they got into some lap traffic or not. Earnhardt on the bottom. Shepherd, here comes Shepherd around the outside. Shepherd gonna lead the lap. Morgan Shepherd, your new leader over Earnhardt. Earnhardt led about the first 44, 45 laps. Shepherd has gotten by him. Or if the 18 car had anything to do with that. Lake Speed now is going to work around the outside of Dale Jarrett. Earnhardt now P2. Morgan Shepherd continues to lead. Next car they're going to have to work around is the incorrect number of, on for whatever reason iRacing has made that. So for the sake of clarity today, we're going to go with the painted number. That's the 301 of Rodney Combs. I believe traditionally he would be number 64. Shepherd now got by Earnhardt, already pulled out to a 7/10 of a second lead there. Turns to lap car between them again. That is the 301 of Rodney Combs. Again, that number and paint scheme not proper, but for the sake of clarity today, we're going to go with that. Ultra, Buddy Arrington. It's a battle back there for the 23rd spot. Good to see a good run here from Michael. As something happened to Neil Bonnet. showed on timing and scoring. Something happened upon it. Not quite seeing it. Go back live here. Davey Allison, Ricky Rudd. That battle's for 28th. Give it to Davey. Earnhardt struggling there in traffic to get by that 301 of Rodney Combs. Lake Speed now. He's looking to take over the second spot. Looks like Earnhardt's going to get low there. Here comes Lake Speed though on the outside with a run. Have to see. Here's the battle for second. See what lap traffic's going to go to the outside. Doesn't matter though at the line. Lake Speed going to move up to second there as we see the top 10 has changed. So Morgan Shepherd now, he is hauling the mail out to a 2.4, make it almost 2.5 second lead over second place Lake Speed. Earnhardt back to third now. He's going to have to get some momentum rolling. Lap traffic has hindered him after leading a bunch of laps here early. Greg Sachs now, he's going to get by Bobby Allison. Neil Bonnet has fallen back to 10th. Earnhardt now P3, got his sights set back on Lake Speed. There come, they are approaching the 82 there. Mark Stahl is going to be in the picture. That's 40th place. Brett Bodine going to be above him, in front of him. Then Chet Phillip there in the 81. Correct number, wrong paint scheme there on Chet. 62 of Crispin. All those cars, 36 has gone a lap down. Connie Saylor will be the next car to go a lap down, as there is the leader in the picture. Morgan Shepherd has been stellar so far through lap traffic compared to Earnhardt. Earnhardt, though, is going to get back by Lake Speed. That's for the second, as they go to pass the 82 car of Stahl. Stahl pulls down low, seeming to let the leaders go. Little bit of a second lane kind of forming. Cars able to get 2 by 2. Earnhardt now resides in second. Earnhardt 3.4 seconds showing on scoreboard. 3.4 seconds behind Morgan Shepherd. 3.2. That number up there in your top right corner, kind of fluctuating. Should see pit stops here within the next 20 laps or so. Shepherd leads over Earnhardt. To relaunch some ATVO for control there, so my desktop made a noise. Got controls back. Timing and scoring wasn't quite working on my end, so got that booted back up just in time to see Dale Earnhardt working there. That's the number 1 of Brett Bodine. Lake Speed, though, right behind them. Here comes a 50 of Greg Sachs, Bobby Allison. Darrell Waltrip now coming into the picture there in 6th. Yarborough right behind him. Elliott in that damaged number 9. He's worked his way up from being in the mid-teens now up to 11th. Morgan Shepherd has been lights out here. Had a really good long-run car. He's led about 15 laps more or less now over Earnhardt, leading by about 4.6 seconds. about 4.5 seconds back, it shows. Or second, here comes Bobby Allison though on the outside. They're working around the 62 car, Steve Chrisman. They're finally going to clear him. Earnhardt over Bobby Allison. Allison looking to the outside. He's going to blow the doors off of Earnhardt. Earnhardt's going to settle into third, but here comes the 50 of Greg Sachs, that Valvoline machine. He's looking to take over P3. Lake Speed P5. Lap traffic making it interesting. Morgan Shepherd, though, he's got the keys on the counter and checked out. Just a 5-second lead. Over Bobby Allison. Earnhardt back to 5th. Earnhardt has really fallen off the pace through this long run. Bobby Allison, though, it's showing him about 4.7 seconds, 4.3 on the live timing and scoring. So the overlay showing versus live timing and scoring, there's some discrepancy between time intervals. So I'm going to go off of the timing screen. So things might have a little bit of discrepancy. Just be advised of that moving forward. That the overlay on your screen might not be completely true compared to what I am seeing live. Bobby Allison about 5 seconds off the pace of Morgan Shepherd. Morgan Shepherd now going to work on the 4 there of Rick Wilson, 33rd place Rick Wilson, the Kodak car. Bobby Allison there in second, about 5 seconds back. Take a look, Dale Earnhardt, Darrell Waltrip, they're battling for 5th spot. Waltrip now moves into P5. Is the 83 car, that's Lake Speed. He's working on the 26 there of Connie Saylor. Lake Speed's going to get out of the gas. Here comes Darrell Waltrip there. That's the 17 Tideman wheel. Move into 4th. Currently about 7 seconds off the leader. Shepherd continues to lead. Bobby Allison in second, Greg Sachs third. Earnhardt led a lot early. He's fallen back to the 6th position. Lake Speed, P5, good run going here for Lake Speed. It's where you've got a nice number of laps that we've nearly completed here. Nice lead and a nice performance going so far for Morgan Shepherd. 69 nice laps complete here. Working on lap 70. Bobby Allison about 4.2 seconds behind Morgan Shepherd. Greg Sachs P3. Take a look through the rest of the top 10. Waltrip, Darrell Waltrip 4, Lake Speed 5th, Earnhardt back to 6th, Benny Parsons 7th, Cale Yarborough 8th, Kyle Petty now in 9th, Bill Elliott up to top 10. Damage still not hindering him. Good to see Kyle Petty's raced his way up into 9th as well. Schrader up into 12th. So lots of comers and goers, long run cars and short run cars. Morgan Shepherd leads here. Might have had an incident with the wiki here. Said wiki driving slow. Him and Greg Sachs and more. Not quite seeing that. Go back live. Leader Morgan Shepherd should start to see some pit stops in time. Keep an eye on. So Morgan Shepherd currently leads. That's the 70 there. J.D. McDuffie, 27th place, looking to go a lap down. Currently the last car on the lead lap. Right in front of him, 19 of Derek Cope. Shepherd leads over Allison, about 4.2 seconds behind, 4.3. Greg Sachs, 5.5 seconds back. Third, Darrell Waltrip now catching him. The tied 17 car. Lake Speed, good distance back to him from Darrell Waltrip in 5th. Earnhardt there still resides in P6. Shepherd now looking to the inside. That's the 19 Derek Cope. Cope going to go way high up there. Shepherd should be able to clear him on the bottom. So Jimmy Means gets by Donnie Allison for 30th. So far, your 2-lap leaders have been Earnhardt and Shepherd. That's worth 5 bonus points. Apiece. Most laps led will get an additional 5 bonus points. Waltrip now up to 3rd. Take a look at him. He gets by Greg Sachs again. It's been a battle there. Waltrip had a really good long run car. Currently up to P3. He's about to work on the 67 Ron Bouchard there. Put him a lap down per his book. So Ernie Irvin, the last car on the lead lap. So there's Ernie Irvin. Look at the 26 of Shepherd. A decent amount of space there, but not too crazy. Bobby Allison, 4.5 seconds back of Shepherd. It's about a second half back from Bobby Allison to Darrell Waltrip there. Shepherd will lead. Continues to lead here. Shepherd in the Quaker State 26. Waltrip there, P3. He's around the 41 of Ronnie Thomas. Vance Auto 41 car. Bill Elliott, Kyle Petty do battle. That's for the 8th spot. Yarborough's in the picture. There's Rusty Wallace at the 4-car battle for 8th. Rusty looking almost got catastrophic there. Tried to shoot the middle. The middle closed up. Yarborough now up to the 9th. He's going to get by Kyle Petty. Allison still in 2nd. Bill Elliott, Cale Yarborough going to get by Kyle Petty. Rusty Wallace by Kyle Petty. Kyle Petty is fading. Still haven't seen any pit stops yet. Shepherd's going to make another go. Allison's going to make another go. Bill Jarrett, 36. Brett Bodine. Go to 5 at Jeff Bodine. He's 14. Behind him, Richard Petty, STP car. Rounds out the top 15. Yarborough, Bill Elliott do battle down the backstretch here and into turn 3. They're going to have to deal with the 6 there of Connie Saylor. 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th do battle. Still no contest of Bobby Allison. Allison 4.3 seconds behind Morgan Shepherd. 83 laps complete here. Speaking of 83, we'll take a look at 5th place car number 83, Lake Speed. He's got some pressure from Dale Earnhardt now. Earnhardt having a little bit of a resurgence, say, here later in this run. Led about the first 40 to 50 laps. Heartbreak for him last week in the Daytona 500. Lake Speed there in 83. We get by Ron Bouchard. Earnhardt now to the outside of Lake Speed. Battle for the top 5. Earnhardt going to get by Lake Speed on the outside. Earnhardt now up to 5th. Schrader's going to get by Bill Elliott. Bill Elliott's going to fall back. Kyle Petty's going to get by. That's for 9th. Bill Elliott rounds out the top 10, but here comes Rusty Wallace and Yarborough. Interesting to see what's going to happen there. As Morgan Shepherd continues to lead. He's going to look to put some. Wicky's going to go another lap down, 12 laps down now for Wiki. He should get a few of those back here when pit stops start to happen. 47 there, Ron Bouchard. Bouchard currently a lap down, 24th position. Davey Allison is a lap down in 23rd. Harry Gant's going to be the next car to fall victim of the leader. He has got about 4 tenths appears over the leader. That's not right. Last car on lead lap, Harry Gant. Got some other cars in front of him currently already a lap down as here comes Morgan Shepherd. You can see almost it's 2 cars in the same frame. Still been caution free so far. Shepherd going to get around Rodney Combs there. Again, that number in car not correct here today. Still no pit stop. Earl Waltrip in 3rd. He's working on the 55 of Phil Parsons. Parsons going to go way high. We've started to see that a little bit. I don't know if it's just lap cars trying to get out of the way or if they're maybe finding something up there, but I've seen a couple cars kind of get up there and flirt with the wall, especially in 3 and 4. So I have to kind of follow that along and see what becomes of that. Shepherd here looking to get by the 62. Steve Crispin. He's now 2 laps down. Go back to your leader, Shepherd. Lake Speed, Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt's dropping. Earnhardt pit lane. Earnhardt's first to pit. We'll go to car number 3 here. Earnhardt's going to bring it in pit side. Bill Elliott's going to bring it in pit side, it looks like. Jeff Bodine in the 5. Morgan Shepherd now heads pit side. Earnhardt's in. Elliott's in. Look, here come the leaders. So Earnhardt was the first one in. Car number 3. Michael Waltrip is in. Many others. Earnhardt's now going to exit. As the leader now is Greg Sachs. Sachs is going to head in pit side. That's going to give the lead to Schrader. Petty, third, he's headed in. So we'll take a look at Earnhardt and watch him here a couple laps as he should cycle back to the lead. Schrader's in now. Jim Sauter is going to lead. Greg Sachs, he scored as leading a lap. Jim Sauter leads a lap. Earnhardt is going to have to get by him. So Sauter lead should be coming to pit this time. Second place is going to be. Here comes the last bits of the leaders, it appears. Earnhardt currently sits behind Waltrip. Waltrip is 5th. Sauter's in pits. Shepherd, he might have pulled it off. He cycled back to the lead. I thought Earnhardt went before him, I believe. Or nope, the same lap. I'm all jumbled around here. Still kind of letting the pit stop cycle out. Currently, Shepherd leads over Bobby Allison. Darrell Waltrip in 3rd. Dale Earnhardt 4th. Greg Sachs 5th. That seems to have settled as Lake Speed now 6th. Earnhardt's going to be 4th, about 7 seconds behind. So we will take a look at Buddy Arrington. It's showing on timing and scoring that he might have had an incident. Let's see what we can find here. Jim Sauter. Jim Sauter, that's him coming out of pit lane. Connie Saylor's out of pit lane. We'll go back live here. It's almost, basically almost a 5th of the way complete, almost on lap 100. Shit. So we'll do a top 10 recap here. See that in your top right corner. Morgan Shepherd leads over Bobby Allison. Bobby Allison on timing, about 4.5 seconds off the lead. 3rd place there, Darrell Waltrip in the Tide 17. Not far behind him in the same camera screen. 4th place, Dale Earnhardt. Lake Speed, it shows it 5th. Greg Sachs is 6th. Kyle Petty 7th. Schrader is 8th. 9th, Benny Parsons. 10th, Yarbrough. Lake Speed P5. They're working around the 19. Derek Cope. Rodney Combs right there. Jimmy Means in front of him there at car 52. 28th place runner. Shepherd leads. 28th car. That's Davey Allison. We see he is in the 20th spot, 1 lap down. Managed to pick up a couple spots during that pit stop cycle. Shepherd gonna look to get around him. There we saw the 33 Harry Gant. Gant 21st, 1 lap down. First car a lap down. Davey Allison still on the lead lap. He's working around the 8. There's Bobby Hillen Jr. as Allison's looking to get around the outside of him. Allison needs to outrun the leader, Morgan Shepherd, as they are, Bobby Hillen and Davey Allison are now the last two. Hillen's going to go a lap down, so Davey Allison now the last car on lead lap in the 19th position. Earnhardt about 0.6 of a second behind Waltrip. RP4 led a bunch early. There is the 81 car not loading correctly today. Chet Phillip, 39th, 2 laps down. Earnhardt now might end up try to get a run on Darrell Waltrip. Already pulled a 10th off of that gap. Bobby Allison second. It's about 4.2 seconds behind Shepherd. Shepherd continues to lead. 104 in the books now. Harry Gant there, working around the outside of Shepherd. Gant wants his lap back. Gant fighting to be on the lead lap, still on the lead lap. Kyle Petty's going to get by Greg Sachs, 6th. Bobby Allison now about 3.8 seconds behind Shepherd, so he's getting. Shepherd's kind of fallen off since that pit stop. I believe he had Gant and some more cars a lap down because let's take Davey Allison and Harry Gant had to have got his lap back. I believe he was a lap down. Allison still on lead lap. So not sure. Seems like Shepherd's handling has kind of gone away. Seems like let's go onboard lap around here. See what's going on inside that 26 machine. Kind of smooth there through 1 and 2. Working the wheel handling's gotta be in contest here for the 26. Off the throttle way early into 3. See those hands go right a bunch there. Trying to see if that becomes an issue for Shepherd. Earnhardt is going to get by Waltrip. That's for the 3rd spot. Moving car number 3 into 3rd. He's on the brakes hard though. Corner entry. Waltrip going to get back by him. Being pinned down there on the absolute bottom, been kind of rough. As we see, there they are, kind of almost run a little bit of a diamond per se, if you will, to the corner. Come in about a foot or 2 off the bottom towards the middle there. They start to get close. Greg Sachs just falls back to 9th. He's going to get passed by Yarborough and Schrader. So there's the 8-2, Mark Stahl. Have to work their way around him. 42nd place Mark Stahl, 2 laps down. He's going to pull to the inside and let the leaders by. Schrader outside through the middle, kind of over turns 1 and 2. Harry Gant's going to get by Buddy Baker. Gant's found a little bit of speed after that pit cycle, managed to get his way up into the high teens, still staying on the lead lap. Davey Allison is going to be in contention to go a lap down, as Shepard still hasn't caught Allison though. I believe Allison and Gant, we talked about earlier, were either going a lap down or right on the front bumper of Shepard. Now they've kind of pulled away and secured themselves. Earnhardt Waltrip do battle for third. Earnhardt's third, Waltrip at the 55 machine there, Phil Parsons between him and Earnhardt. Shepard still leads lap times in the mid 27-second bracket. Phil Parsons, Jim Sauter, both a lap down there. Earnhardt is about 3.2 seconds away from Bobby Allison. Allison about 4 seconds off of Shepard. Shepard now going to have to work by the Kroger number 6. Connie Saylor. Shepard to the inside, see if he makes a move. Saylor goes wide, handsome there on the outside. Shepard to the inside. Nearing a quarter of the way home here. Still been caution free since the green flag drop. To see if this continues, I expect something to happen sooner or later to Rackham and re-Rackham and stack. There's the 11, Terry Labonte. He's 21st in the lap down. Back to your leader here. Bobby Allison kind of taking some time off there. Moving to within about 3.5 seconds. Earnhardt 3 seconds behind him. Waltrip put the heat back on to Earnhardt. Lake speed there. 81 car. Chet Phillip. 2 laps down. Kyle Petty and Ken Schrader. Yarborough, Waltrip, and Earnhardt going to battle. That's again for the third spot. 118 laps in the books. Yarborough is going to sneak into 6th. Around Kyle Petty. Eddie Parsons, Ken Schrader. Schrader starting to fall back. Comes the 19, Derek Cope. You bring in the 52 with Jimmy Means with him. Schrader's in trouble. 9 of Bill Elliott. 10th place runner to Parsons, or to Schrader now in 9th. Eddie Parsons move up to 8th. So Elliott is going to get by Schrader. Here comes Rusty Wallace. Move into the top 10. Schrader pinned by some lap cars. So go back to the leader. Morgan Shepard leads over Bobby Allison. Allison there working on the 1 of Brett Bodine. Have the 8 car, Bobby Hillin Jr. ahead of him. Art Waltrip there in 3rd. Bobby Allison 3.2 seconds behind the leader. Needs to get around the 1 car, Brett Bodine. Pull to the inside. Looks like the 22 of Allison might be able to get him on the outside through turns 1 and 2. Does that exactly, clears him, tucks back down low. Allison lost a 10th or 2 in that exchange though. Shepard continues to lead. There's the 47, it's Ron Bouchard. 21st, a lap down. 20th place, Davey Allison, though, still has a good little bit of margin to Morgan Shepherd. So 123 laps complete, quarter of the race in the books, an hour and 6 minutes. The race time so far, top 10 at this time. Morgan Shepherd leads over Bobby Allison, Darrell Waltrip P3, Dale Earnhardt 4th, Blake Speed rounds out the top 5, followed by Kyle Petty in 6th, Yarborough in 7th, Benny Parsons 8th, he's now going to be 7th, Yarborough is 8th, Bill Elliott in 9th, Rusty Wallace in 10th. Again, Benny Parsons there up in the 7th. 2.7 seconds now is the gap by Allison to Shepherd. Bobby Allison might be able to catch Morgan Shepherd. So far, the lap leaders confirmed have been Morgan Shepherd and Dale Earnhardt. There might have been some lap leaders there during that yellow. Officially scored for me, Morgan Shepherd and Dale Earnhardt. Try to keep track of that as much as possible, keeping points using the proper point system. I believe Earnhardt actually is the points leader, or might be second to Rusty. But I want to say he is the points leader. Did lead a bunch of laps at Daytona. Finished second inevitably to Rusty Wallace. So Shepherd leads, Bobby Allison second. Or 22 to Bobby Allison. Darrell Waltrip, Earnhardt working around the 55. Bill Parsons. Late speed there. Not much going on for the leaders. Allison 2.5 seconds behind. Hear him cracking the throttle there. Allison nearing the 6th of Connie Saylor, 36th place, 2 laps down. 11 of Labonte there, 23rd, 1 lap down. P3, 5.5 seconds off your race leader. About 2.7 seconds away from second. Earnhardt there in 4th. Bill Elliott, Benny Parsons doing battle. Elliott goes P7 now. Not too far ahead of him, though, is Kyle Petty. Gap between them about 4/10. Petty has a hornet's nest behind him. Elliott, Parsons, Yarborough, Wallace is back there. Schrader's got Wiki right in front of him. Wiki still 12 laps down, residing in the 43rd spot after early race incident for Wiki. He's had speed, as we've seen throughout the race, just kind of pinned himself early, been behind the 8 ball all day. Shepherd continues to lead. Last car on the lead lap there, Buddy Baker 21st. Him and Bouchard. Bouchard 20th. Shepherd not too far behind. Starting to see laps now in the 28-second bracket. Last lap for Morgan Shepherd at 28.1 compared to his best at 24.8. So between 3 and 4 seconds of tire fall off. Track temp has gone up about 5 to 10 degrees, as you see in your upper right corner. Here's residing at about 140 degrees Fahrenheit. 28.3 last lap around for Shepard. Bobby Allison still there in second. Waltrip third. Waltrip starting to maybe reel in Bobby Allison a little bit. Allison there pinned behind the Kruger 6 of Connie Saylor. Allison look to the inside. Got the line. Back quarter, almost door to door on the exit of 4. Allison not going to get by Saylor. Saylor's going to pull back away. Allison, now we see there's a lap car in between them, but Darrell Waltrip and Bobby Allison there we've seen in the same screen. It's going to be a race soon for second. Shepard still leads out by about 2.8 seconds over Allison. Waltrip needs to get by the one there, Brett Bodine. Looks like Waltrip going to try to make a move, perhaps. Not quite. Waltrip looking to the outside. Have a run down the backstretch. He needs to get by the one machine. It's now clear traffic between second place Bobby Allison, third place Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip closing the gap quick, 3/10 behind. About to have a battle for second. Earnhardt still back there. There is the 55. I am all messed up. 57. Jody Ridley. Allison under pressure. Connie Saylor on the outside. Here comes Waltrip. Tied 17 car. Now going to get pinned up behind the 6 car. The battle for second. Give it to Waltrip. Bobby Allison now going to fall back into third. Waltrip there, a dicey move last minute. Almost 3 wide. Almost 3 wide. Staggered there through 1 and 2. Man, it's getting dicey. So Waltrip leads. Bobby Allison, a dive down low. Bodine kind of finding that second lane. Track starting to widen out a little bit here. So Bobby Allison now falls into third. Earnhardt 4 seconds behind Bobby Allison. Waltrip now pulled out to about a 7/10 of a second lead over Bobby. Kyle Petty moves up to 5th. He's going to get by Lake Speed there. Petty, though, has 62 right in front of Steve Chrisman. 39th place, 2 laps down. As Waltrip's starting to take a bunch of time. Already pulled 3/10 off of Morgan Shepard. 3 seconds behind. Shepard's going to gain a 10th or 2, though. Waltrip already pulled off 3/10. Last lap for Waltrip, a 27.9 compared to Shepard's 28.1, so 2/10 a second faster last lap for Waltrip. 28.2 for Shepard compared to 28.0 for Waltrip. Waltrip about 2/10 of a second faster than Shepard. On short. Buddy Arrington there, 67. Confused him with 47. Very similar paint scheme. Here's Waltrip in second. 2.7 seconds now behind Shepard. Like there might have been a lapper in between the two of them. 23rd place. Terry Labonte in 11th. Currently about a little over half the fuel run. Last pit stop's 50 laps ago, so about lap 93. It's about 90 to 95 laps is the pit window, it appears. Leaders currently about 50 to 52 laps since their last pit stop, so about 40 laps or so away from pit stops, so we should see the pit stops about lap 180 to 190. Waltrip 2.8 seconds, 2.76, 2.6 seconds. Chopping a couple tenths here and there. Last lap was about a tenth and a half faster than Shepard. Earnhardt P4. Petty about 3.3 seconds behind him, as there we see 55 Phil Parsons. Give him some airtime here. 25th, 1 lap down. So give some back markers here a little airtime love. Kowicki, 43rd. He's 12 laps down after an early race incident. 42nd there, the 82 Mark Stahl, 2 laps down. 301. Again, that's one of the trading paints issues of the day. Rodney Combs, 81. Another paint scheme not being compliant today. That's 81 of Chet Phillips. He's 40th, 2 laps down. 39th there, Steve Crispin, 62 car, 2 laps down. Jody Ridley, 57, 2 laps down. 38th, Connie Saylor, our fan favorite from Daytona. 37th, 2 laps down. Buddy Arrington, 2 laps down. 36th, Greg Dine, 2 laps down. 35th, the Bullseye car. Dale Jarrett, 34th, 1 lap down. The last car, 1 lap down. It's Dave Marcus and Ron Bouchard do battle for 18. Derek Cope, a lap down. 33rd. Ricky Rudd, a lap down. 32nd, 15th. Ronnie Thomas, a lap down. 31st. Jimmy Means, a lap down. 30th. Jim Sauter, 29th. J.D. McDuffie, 28th. Rick Wilson, 27th, a lap down. Donnie Allison, a lap down. 26, Phil Parsons, 55. We gave him some airtime. It's 25th lap down. 24th, Bobby Hillman Jr. Terry Labonte, the first car 1 lap down in 23rd. 22nd, Buddy Baker, last car on lead lap. Soon going to be under pressure, though, from the leader. Ernie Irvin, 21st. Michael Waltrip, 20th. Good day so far. Solid day for Michael Waltrip. Greg Sachs, 19th. Ron Bouchard, 18th. Good run for Ron. Dave Marcus, 17th. Davey Allison now up to 16th. He's put a couple cars in between him and the last car on lead lap. So Davey Allison battled to stay on lead lap. It's proving off for him, pulling off for him. So we'll have to see how that transpires. Harry Gant, another one that's almost went a lap down early, but managed to fight off the lead. Jeff Bodine, 14th. Car number 5. These are all lead lap cars. Neil Bonnet, 13th. Car 75. Schrader, not going to be 12th. Schrader's going to be 11th. Petty is going to be 11th. Schrader's going to be 12th. Parsons, Benny Parsons rounds out the top 10 there. Yarborough, Rusty Wallace, your Daytona 500 winner, 8th. Lake Speed up to 7th. Elliott now nearing the top 5. He's 6th. There's Kyle Petty in 5th. Dale Earnhardt 4th. Bobby Allison 3rd. Darrell Waltrip up to 2nd. 2.2 seconds behind your leader, Morgan Chip. Almost see the leaders in the same screen. Take a look. High above Rockingham. 26 car. Shepard gonna look at the 18 there. Dale Jarrett. 34th, 1 lap down. Looking to go 2 laps down to Shepard. So Shepard leads. Waltrip now within 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds back there in 2nd. Avi Allison, 4.2 seconds off the lead, 2.5 seconds away from Darrell Waltrip. Go to chase cam there, we can see about 3 lap cars between your leader, Shepard there, working, still trying to get by the 18, Dale Jarrett, on his bumper. 26 Quaker State car trying to work around the 18. It's going to keep Darrell Waltrip clicking some time away. He's got 2 lap cars ahead of him though. Waltrip about a second half behind Shepard. Shepard finally clears the 18, Dale Jarrett. Dale Jarrett now 33rd, 2 laps down. Waltrip going to have to deal with the 19 and Derek Cope, the 18 and Dale Jarrett. We go back and watch race leader Morgan Shepard. He's found a little bit of speed there around the outside. Starting to get a racy surface here. See that groove getting wider. About 2.5 lanes wide. But starting to get a lot of double file action here. Marlboro, Benny Parsons, they do battle. That's for 9th and 10th. Richard Petty's looking to crack the top 10. It's going to do that. He's going to get by Benny Parsons. So Richard Petty moves up to the 10th spot. Morgan Shepard still leads. He's pulled out a little bit of a lead over Darrell Waltrip. He's cleared those lap cars. 30 of Michael Waltrip's there. 18 of Jarrett's in there. So that might make things interesting for Darrell Waltrip. There's 81. Chet Phillip there he's going to have to dispose of. Richard Petty's now going to get 1 spot better inside the top 10. He's now 9th, about 2.2 seconds away. 8th place, Rusty Wallace. There we see Alan Kowicki there in the 7th car, 12 laps down. Benny Parsons getting Scarborough battle for 10th. Earnhardt gets by Bobby Allison. Allison had speed early, thought we were going to see him get around Shepard. He's falling back. Earnhardt's going to get around him. Take over 3rd spot. Having a nice pit run here. Been about 69 to 70 laps since the last pit stops for the leaders. It's a nice little run there. Morgan Shepard leads over Darrell Waltrip. Not much distance between them. Almost down to a second. Waltrip getting through traffic. Waltrip's still going to have to deal with those lap cars though, so Shepard's pace, naturally it seems like might have just slowed down. Not really seeing anything that's hindering them. As his next car, 50 of Greg Sachs. Sachs and Bonnet, I believe, both were in the top 10 earlier, so not sure what happened to Greg Sachs. Currently about to go a lap down to your race leader, Morgan Shepard. Waltrip now 1.2 seconds. He's going to have to get around the 30 there of brother Michael Waltrip. 23rd place a lap down for Michael. Darrell Shepard working the outside of the 50 car, Greg Sachs. Shepard catching the 70 car here. JD McDuffie, 31st, and that is, I believe, the 56th, Murray Irvin up there. Shepard's going to get around McDuffie. Waltrip's going to get by the fellow Waltrip. Pit stops in about 20 laps or so. See how things start to shake out with that. Earnhardt P3. He was one of the first leaders to pit. Remember, he's extra lap on this pit cycle, or on this run, if you will. 75 laps since his last stop compared to Waltrip and Shepard 74. Not necessarily going to hurt him, but see how that factors in and see if he manages to cycle into the lead or so. Shepard there, got to work around the 56 of Ernie Irvin and the 52 of Jimmy Mean. Waltrip about a second behind there with the 11 car there, and Terry Labonte in between him. As we see, starting to get some cloud cover. Track temp still staying the same, about 140. There we see the leaders in the same frame. That's the first time in a long time that's happened. Jeff Bodine, Neil Bonnet, new battle, 12th. Bodine going to move up to 12th on my screen, which is 13th there. Shepard leads. Here comes Waltrip. Starting to see a little bit of sun coming back out there. One lap going between your leaders, less than a second is the gap. Shepard leads over Waltrip. Earnhardt now is even getting in the picture. He's 2.5 seconds off the lead. Not too far out of contention. He gets by the 50 of Craig Sachs. Waltrip has to get by Jimmy Means. Shepard there catching Ernie Irvin as Darrell's going to get by Jimmy Means. It's clean track between your top two. Waltrip now 6/10 of a second. Shepard pulling back out a little bit. I think Waltrip's going to get him. Waltrip's going to get him here in the next couple laps. See how Ernie Irvin pulls into the picture here. Here we see Shepard, your main focus. Waltrip not far behind him. Kyle Petty, Bobby Allison did battle. Petty's going to move up to 4th. They're working around the 31 there of Jim Sauter. Go back to your race for the lead. Less than half a second. Here comes Darrell Waltrip. Shepard going to the outside. 301 again, Rodney Combs. 40th place, 3 laps down. Here comes Waltrip. 2/10 now is the gap. Tide 17 Chevrolet looking to get by a Buick LeSabre. Waltrip and Shepard. The race is for the lead. About a car length and a half between the two. Drag race down the backstretch. Waltrip about a half a lane higher than Shepard. Right on his bumper, out of 4. Less than a 10th. Here comes Waltrip to the inside. Waltrip with the line on the outside. Hasn't quite clear. Waltrip is going to clear him in 2. New leader, Darrell Waltrip, leads here at the Rock. Once he completes this lap as the race leader, that is 5 bonus points for him. It's unofficially at this point, per my scoring at least, and what I've been able to tell, Your lap leaders have been Dale Earnhardt, Morgan Shepherd, and now Darrell Waltrip. 5 points apiece for them for leading a lap. 5 bonus points to the most laps led, which at this point should be Morgan Shepherd. 176 laps complete, about an hour and a half of race time. So moving right along here. See if Darrell Waltrip has a better go through lap traffic, but should be about 10 laps away from pit stops or so. Thinking about 8 laps away from pit stops. Currently 85 laps since the last pit stop. Should be about 93 at max. So should see pit stops here soon. Be interesting to see what pans out there. Earnhardt's even got the picture now for the top 3. He's 1.3 seconds back. Kyle Petty, though, good bit of gap behind him. He's 3.5 seconds off the lead, 2.2 seconds off of Earnhardt. Earnhardt might even be able to nab Shepherd, so we'll see if Earnhardt decides to come in a lap early like he did last time, or if he'll come in with the leaders. Shepherd now 0.8 of a second behind Waltrip. Waltrip has, I think what's helped him is he's been able to kind of get off the bottom. Shepherd was comfortable enough to kind of get off the bottom, run that second lane, but just didn't have the speed compared to Waltrip has. Waltrip moves up that second lane and has a lot more speed. So he's going to work by the 47 there. Ron Bouchard going to go a lap down in 18th. Dave Marcus, the last car on lead lap, 17th. Irvin by Ron Bouchard. He's the first car lap down, 18th place. Waltrip leads. Shepherd back there. Earnhardt's on his door, on his bumper. Earnhardt look to the outside. Earnhardt with the run. He's going to get by Sheppy for second. Earnhardt's going to have to deal with the 41 there of Ronnie Thomas and make easy work of him. So we're starting to see that little bit of a second groove coming into factor, and it's hurting Morgan Shepherd. He hasn't really had much speed momentum there on the outside. There we see he did get by the 41, but compared to Earnhardt, it seemed like he had a lot more speed there in that second. Earnhardt's now going to have to work around Bouchard. Earnhardt about 2 seconds. Earnhardt's going to be the first to pit. 91 laps, so we should see Waltrip and Shepherd come next time. Earnhardt's going to head to pit. Bill Elliott is headed pit side. Earnhardt's in. Who else will we find? Earnhardt's in. He's going to make his way to the pit. Earnhardt's in. Jeff Bodine's in. Waiting on the leaders. Morgan Shepherd. Shepherd's in. Waltrip's in. Here comes Kyle Petty. Bobby Allison's in. Lake Speed's going to bring it in. Let's see. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rusty Wallace come in. Wallace comes in. Petty's going to stay out. So Richard Petty will see if he leads a lap. Petty, man, lap cars have killed him trying to get around. But Richard's going to lead a lap. So Morgan Shepherd, Dale Earnhardt, Darrell Waltrip, Richard Petty, the 4 confirmed lap leaders. So Richard Petty, though, we'll have to see if this helps him or hurts him, as he's going to be late to pit compared to Petty's in. I expect Schrader to come in. Petty's going to lead. Schrader comes in. Ernie Irvin's going to stay out. Richard Petty. So Irvin now scored the leader on my end. Sachs is out. Earnhardt's back now. He's out ahead of Waltrip. So once Greg Sachs and Ernie Irvin go pit side, which they should be in the next. Greg Sachs is going to pit. Ernie Irvin leads the lap, so give him the 5 bonus points as well. So Shepherd, Earnhardt, Waltrip, Petty, and Ernie Irvin have been your lap leaders. So it looks like Ernie's going to pull off. Here comes Earnhardt. So pitting early this time, 2 laps compared to Darrell Waltrip early. So Earnhardt pits early by 2 laps, and that's going to cycle him back in the race. So led early, about the first 40 to 50 laps, kind of fell back. Now he's going to lead. Darrell Waltrip in second, Morgan Shepherd now P3, Kyle Petty fourth, Bob Allison fifth, Ricky Rudd heads pit side, Dale Jarrett comes out, Jimmy Means looks like he's slowing down. Jimmy Means is going to head pit side. Derek Cope, Brett Bodine. Wrangler number 3 leads us here at Rockingham. Still been caution free. Earnhardt leads about a second half over Waltrip. Shepherd third. What happened to Schrader? 16th place a lap down. Jeff Bodine, last car on lead lap. Not far behind him is Earnhardt. Earnhardt there with the one of Brett Bodine. Brett Bodine 3 laps down, 40th place. He's going to get a lap back. Earnhardt's going to go way out there. Through turns 3 and 4. Nearing the halfway point of this race. Hard over Waltrip by a second half. Morgan Shepherd third. He's about 5.5, almost about 5.5 seconds behind the leader. Kyle Petty, though, not far behind him. That might get interesting for the third spot. Lake Speed back there in fifth. He's about 10 seconds off the race lead. Bobby Allison 6th. Bill Elliott 7th. Richard Petty's got up to 8th. He gained actually a spot or 2, I believe, during that pit cycle, so kind of staying out late might help Richard Petty. Check Phillip out of the pits. Earnhardt leads 1.2 seconds over Darrell Waltrip. Seems like 5 and Jeff Bodine might have cost Earnhardt some time here. Wiki heads pit side. He's last place, 11 laps down. Tough luck for him. I believe something happened to him in the 500 last week at Daytona, and continuing to have bad luck here from 7 of Kowicki. Hopefully, the next couple of races, things can get going better for him. And the next race on tap will be at Richmond. Will be the next race I do, recreating the schedule. Next race will have 400 laps at Richmond. Be a nice little short track to hopefully get some action at. Not that it's been uneventful the first 2 races so far. So we're nearing lap 200. It'll be 199 in the books now. Working lap 200. Let's take a minute to go over your top 10 again now. Darrell Waltrip, gee, goodness gracious. Dale Earnhardt leads by 1.1 seconds over second place Darrell Waltrip. Third there, Morgan Shepherd led a bunch of laps here today. Hopefully we'll see him make a run. He's about 6.2 seconds off Dale Earnhardt's lead. Fourth place, Kyle Petty, about a second and a half behind Shepherd there in fourth. Lake Speed rounds out the top 5. He's about 10 seconds off the race leader. Sixth, Bobby Allison there. Ran in the top 2 or 3 a good bunch of the race. He's now about 10 seconds behind the leader in 6th. Bill Elliott, that paint scheme, again, not loading properly. He's got some left side damage from an early race incident we saw. He's 7th, though, not hindered by that. 8th place, Richard Petty. Richard Petty's got about 5 laps fresher tires compared to the leaders. As we were watching a couple laps ago, he kind of got pinned up by some lap cars, couldn't make it to pit road. Benny Parsons is going to be 9th now at the line. Benny Parsons is going to be 9th. And 10th is your Daytona 500 winner, Rusty Wallace, there in that Kodiak car. Go back to Earnhardt, continues to lead, but Waltrip has caught him as we've looked through all that. Waltrip about 4/10 of a second. 4/10 of a second off to Earnhardt. You see your top 2 in the same screen there. Shepherd well behind them, 6 seconds off the lead. In the books, working on lap 204. Hard on the bottom, Waltrip follows him. Seems like corner exit there of 4. Waltrip had a little bit of a better transition to the front stretch. 2/10 now the gap. Excuse me. So here we see Waltrip now looking to the inside. That is still the race for the lead. Earnhardt, Waltrip, Kowicki might have a nose on Waltrip. That got a little bit dicey there on the exit of 4. Kowicki going to force Waltrip to the outside. Earnhardt going to check up in front of Kowicki. That's going to let Waltrip by. Waltrip now clear by about a car length and a half over Earnhardt. Kowicki, ooh, a big squiggle there out of Kowicki. as he's working to get a lap back. He's going to get by the leaders. Kawicki has had great speed here today. It's coulda, woulda, shoulda. I would have loved to see where he'd be at right now if not for that tough luck early on. So Waltrip leads over Earnhardt, pulling out to about a 4/10 second lead. Waltrip's got a good gap between him and Kawicki. Shepard pulled in to about half a second, gained about half a second on the leader. Currently about 5 seconds off the pace. Was 6.2 a couple laps ago, so Sheppy's picked up some time there on the leaders. Sheppy. Rodney Combs looking to the inside of him. Combs 42nd, 15 laps down. 88 of Buddy Baker there, 18th place, 1 lap down. Shepard's going to get by them now. Earnhardt half a second off the lead. There's a lead by Garrett. Number 5 machine of Jeff Bodine. 15th place, a lap down. 14 cars make up their lead lap, with Harry Gant being the last car on lead lap. Waltrip leads. Earnhardt second. Not too far out of the picture yet. Earnhardt going to go way high. Gets a run off of turn 4. It's weird to see that we're not seeing any rubber up there, but when the leaders or lap cars, anybody gets way out there by the wall in turns 3 and 4, it's an absolute rocket down the front stretch. Fortunately, though, battling with Bodine has cost Earnhardt another 10th or 2. Off the Waltrip, still hanging with him. 8/10 off the lead. Earnhardt. Shepard now pulls within 5 seconds of the leaders. Shepard's come about 27 laps since the last pit stop for Shepard. So we'll see as the run goes on if he continues to gain or if his tires kind of fall off for him. And the 5 car of Bodine really not helping Earnhardt. Mark Stahl is going to head out of the pits, showing possible incident on my end. Going back to Waltrip and Earnhardt. They are in the same screen. Kyle Petty, take a look at him before. Compared to Shepard, not too far behind, about 2 seconds behind him. Kyle Petty, though, under pressure, 5th place late speed, though. I have a battle here for the 4th spot. Keep an eye on this. Late speed. The tuck behind Petty. Continue to ride behind him. We know there's enough grip to go too wide. There is the move around the outside. Lake speed by Kyle Petty, going to clear him into 3, about a car length in between now, between Lake Speed and Kyle Petty. 88, I believe there of Buddy Baker. Kyle Petty's going to lose not only 4th, but going to end up with some lap cars between him and Lake Speed. Earnhardt gained 2/10 on Darrell Waltrip while we've been watching that battle. Now about half a second behind. Waltrip's still not really near any lap traffic. Next car he will have to lap is Harry Gant. Harry Gant 22 seconds behind the race leader. Race leader's turning low 28-second laps, so about 6 seconds between Gant and your leader, Earnhardt, pick up some time here, still about half a second behind Waltrip. Wrangler number 3 machine. Let's look, see if we can see the front brakes. I want to take a moment to try to see brakes here. I haven't really seen, not getting a good look here, haven't really seen any brake flow off the front of the 17 compared to some of the others. Earnhardt doesn't seem to have much of, if any. Shepard's had a lot of brake heat during that last run, but not seeing that now, as he was well behind the leaders at one point. You know, he was what, 5, 6 seconds off the lead. He's now 3.5 off the leaders. Earnhardt's starting to close back in within about the 4/10 range off of Waltrip. Waltrip still has some clean track as Harry Gant, the last car on the lead laps. Oh, a little wiggle there for the one car, Brett Bodine. So Waltrip leads. Hart staying with him. Shepard second back. 57 there at Jody Ridley. Wilson ahead of him. 55 is Phil Parsons. Leaders here. Wicky's off the pit lane. Track. Earnhardt now about 0.3 of a second behind Waltrip. Waltrip's starting to catch those lap traffic cars. Wiki. Mike was telling me about Wiki. Not sure what the incident there is. Darrell Waltrip leads. There's Earnhardt. Sauter right ahead of your leader. Waltrip there. Cale Yarborough just got by Rusty Wallace position. Shows for the 10th spot. Penny Parsons. Something not right on the scoreboard. There we're starting to see a little bit of brake glow on the 17. Darrell Waltrip. So tires. Be interesting to see how that pulls up. Here comes Earnhardt. Strong run into 3 and 4. He's going to find that second groove. Squeezes the 13 or 31 down there. 0.3 off the lead. Earnhardt. You can see black bumper of Waltrip and Earnhardt. There they are. Continue to be in that same frame. As Waltrip comes up on, I believe it's the one of Brett Bodine. Yep, bullseye number 1. Have to put Brett Bodine another lap down, 34th right now, 2 laps down. The race that has still been caution-free. So Earnhardt will continue to chase down Darrell Waltrip. Shepard now about 2.7 seconds behind your race leaders. Waltrip to the outside of Brett Bodine to get by him coming out at turn 4. Looks like Earnhardt's going to go turn 1 on the outside. He's going to get back down to the bottom and clear Brett Bodine. He's going to lose a tenth or so to Waltrip in the process. Half a second is the gap between your leaders. So Waltrip now is going to have to get by the 33. Harry Gant, 14th place, now a lap down. Next car to go a lap down is Neil Bonnet. He is well above Darrell Waltrip. So Earnhardt now is going to have to make a move on the 33 car, Harry Gant. Look to the outside. Gant is going to look to the outside. That's a 54 there. Donnie Allison. Allison's going to check up on the bottom. That's going to allow the 3 and the 33 by. But Waltrip is going to keep pulling away. Dale Earnhardt looks to the outside. Gant on the bottom. School Bandit machine. Earnhardt's going to finally dispose of him. He's lost 2 or 3. Look at Rodney Combs. Darrell Waltrip pulled about 2 or 3 tenths off of Earnhardt during that exchange. Earnhardt 7 tenths of a second. Waltrip leads. Good little gap to 33rd place. JD McDuffie there, 2 laps down. Soon to go 3 to race leader Darrell Waltrip. Leaders there in the same frame. Neil Bonnet going to get by Rusty Wallace. Waltrip leads over Earnhardt there in second. Shepard, not much going on with him. 3.6 seconds off the lead there in third. Lake Speed fourth. He's 6.3 seconds off the lead. Bobby Allison there in fifth, but he's got presence from Kyle Petty. Not far behind him is Bill Elliott. Davey Allison up to 8th by himself. He's got up into the top 10. Look at Davey Allison. Looks like half the track now in some cloud cover and the other half into some sunlight. Earnhardt has to get through JD McDuffie. He's closed another tenth or so off of Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip and Earnhardt. Shepard way back there, but gaining time on the leaders. He's got to work by the 5 of Jeff Bodine and the 1 of Brett Bodine. Pair of Bodines there for Shepard. Earnhardt now to the inside of McDuffie. Not been able to dispose of him quite yet. Looks like Duffy's going to go low again. Earnhardt be about half a lane higher. High low, which way will he go? Earnhardt needs to make a move on the 70. Starting to see some rotor blow on the number 3 machine. McDuffie finally going to let Earnhardt go. Earnhardt, though, now 1.2 seconds behind your leader, Darrell Waltrip, and I believe it's the 52 Jimmy Means is in between the 2 of them. So Earnhardt still has to get by 1 lap car to try to get back to your race leader. as there's a little bit of gap from Darrell Waltrip to the next car he's going to have to deal with is 31st place Derek Cope. Earnhardt hasn't managed to lose any time, but hasn't managed to gain it either. Left front brake rotor starting to glow there. Earnhardt's going to work by the 52 at Jimmy Means, Turtle Wax sponsored entry. Hard around the outside. Pull it down a little lower there. Bill Elliott, Kyle Petty new battle. That's for 6th. Kyle Petty's going to be 7th. Bobby Allison 5th. They're all battling 9.5 seconds off the lead. Waltrip gets by the 19 of Derek Cope. Rodney Combs there, 42nd, 15 laps down. Wide timing scoring. So I use ATVO for recording to control the cameras and stuff. I'm saying Rodney Combs has crashed, but not quite seeing that. So check the replay there, didn't quite see it. Darrell Waltrip leads Dale Earnhardt with a 19 of Derek Cope in between the two of them. About 60, nearing 60 laps since the last pit stop, so about 30 laps away from the next pit stop. This is lap 246. 246 will be the halfway point. So about 2 more laps, halfway home. Race time so far has only been about 2 hours. Recording time says 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 55 seconds. That's counting qualifying and practice, so just under 2 hours probably here to go halfway. So full race time we're looking at about 4 hours, not too bad. Daytona 500 I believe was about 2 hours 45 minutes was that video, so about 2.5 hours race time there. Mind you, both I believe that Daytona 500 had 1 caution, lap 16, and we have been caution-free here so far, so trucking along here. As Rusty Wallace, 13th place car, Daytona 500 champion. Now, first car lap down. Bill Yarborough is in contention. He is not too far ahead of your leader. Earnhardt going to have to get by the 6 of Connie Saylor. Earnhardt now 1.6 seconds behind the race leader. Shepard has fallen back near the 5-second mark. So Shepard's fallen back a good little bit. He's now working around Jimmy Means in the 52. Earnhardt's going to have to get by, I believe that was Rusty Wallace, 41, Ronnie Thomas. Earnhardt slipping back. Just needs to run a decent pace, make it to the next pit stop. Hopefully that team will take some tires, fuel, and adjustments, get him back in contention. Still plenty far ahead of Morgan Shepard, not gaining any time on Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip works around Wiki. Wiki there, last place, 17 laps down for that really racing. So back to Waltrip. He's going to have to get by the 18 again. Dale Jarrett, 29th, 2 laps down. Tough run for Dale Jarrett here. Waltrip gets by him on the outside. Earnhardt's going to get by the 62 of Steve Chrisman there. Earnhardt's going to have to work by the 41 now of Ronnie Thomas. Waltrip work through lap traffic here, approaching the 8th of Bobby Hill and Jr. Bobby Hillin Jr. there to the bottom. Waltrip gets by him. Go back to Earnhardt here. Not much going on with him. Still hasn't reeled in the lap cars, but he is approaching. I believe that's Wickie, Wallace, Jarrett, and Hillin. So not too far out of the picture here for Earnhardt. Still 1.8 seconds behind your race leader, Darrell Waltrip. Waltrip now approaching the 29 of Yarborough. Around the outside, Yarborough is in the 12th spot. Earnhardt now 2 seconds behind your race leader, working on the 27 Kodiak car of Rusty Wallace. .1 seconds is the gap. Wallace working around the 81 there of Chet Phillip. He's now got the 29 of Yarborough between him and Earnhardt. Earnhardt still has to get by the 8 there too of Bobby Hillin Jr. Waltrip leads, Earnhardt in second. Lap 2:46 was the halfway point, so we're 10 laps past that. So current recording time I show is 2 hours and 8 minutes. So trucking along, making good time. Cars and stars in the 87 Cup cars. Earnhardt 2.2 seconds back. Waltrip now 2.3 seconds over Earnhardt. 81 Bobby Hillin Jr. in the middle. 81 car still Chet Phillip. I believe Yarborough is still in there as well. And Earnhardt by Hillin Jr. 8 car. Pit stops about the next 20 laps or so. Waltrip there approaching the 82 of Mark Stahl. 40th place, 4 laps down. And Shepard hasn't gained much on the leaders either. Currently P3, 5.5 seconds off the lead. So Waltrip leads 3 seconds over Earnhardt, working around the 81 there of Chet Phillip. Shepard back there, P3. League Speed 4th, Bill Elliott 5th, 6th Bobby Allison, 7th, Davey Allison, a pair of Allisons about to do battle there for the 6th spot. Davey Allison through this run has gained a spot or two. I believe he was 8th there for a while. Yeah, that would make sense because right there's Kyle Petty, but a big gap behind them, Eddie Parsons. Eddie Parsons, one of the last cars on lead lap. Richard Petty rounds out the top 10. He's on lead lap, but Neil Bonnet, the last car on lead lap. Then we see the leader and 10th place all in that same frame. So we're going to keep an eye on Darrell Waltrip. Your announcer here, Cody G, is going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a moment. So not much has changed here in that brief little break. Waltrip still leads over Earnhardt. Morgan Shepherd back there in P3. Earnhardt, the gap now about 4 seconds between your race leaders. Should start seeing pit stops about the next 10 laps. So that might make things interesting here. Haven't seen any takers yet. Track temp up to 142. Been a couple laps here. Starting to see the sun kind of come back out. The sky here. Looks good. A lot of rubber there through turns 1 and 2. That groove really widening out. Lots of sun down the back stretch. A little bit of shade through 1 and 2. Turns 3 and 4. Lots of sun there. See the 50 and the 75 cars going to battle there. Greg Sachs in the 75. Neil Bonnet, pair of Valvoline cars. Bonnet with a hard run in. Get by 50 of Sachs. It looks like they're on the outside. Ultra leads 3.6 seconds. Should start seeing pit stops within about the next 8 laps or so. Ultra's lead about 4 seconds. Shepherd back there in third, 6 seconds off the lead. Currently 11 cars on the lead lap. Neil Bonnet, the last car on the lead lap. There is Neil Bonnet. Here is race leader Top 10 has not changed. As we say that, Bill Elliott's lead speed Announcers not knowing what's up here. 41 there, check up. It's Ronnie Thomas. Big speed around in that second group. Wins a mark number 8. Bringing 15 to Ricky Rudd there with 26th place, 2 laps down. Ricky Rudd. Brett 9 is in there. Schrader in the 90. Schrader 17th, 1 lap down. Barring a caution, go lead lap. There was a caution right now, 12th through 23rd. Probably cycle back lap. 9 gets by Schrader. Earnhardt working lap 90 of this run. Him since last pitted, so came early the last time. He should be coming in the next 2 to 3 laps, I would assume. Keep an eye on the Intimidator. Starting to pick up a little bit of time though to Darrell Waltrip. Darrell Waltrip, 31 of Jim Sauter, had to work around him, so that gave some time to Earnhardt. Earnhardt's closing fast though, got down to 3.4 tenths of a second. 3.4 seconds. Now on lap 91, in a different region, make pit stops. Earnhardt first in, pit, 91 laps. Earnhardt's going to head in. That's going to move Shepard and Moore up into the pits. Earnhardt's in. Bill Elliott's going to head in. Well, Earnhardt falling back to 8th. Darrell Waltrip still leads. Expect him to probably pit this time. Earnhardt and Elliott fall back to 13th. See some brake flow there on the 17 car. Leader is pitting. Darrell Waltrip is pitting. Follow Morgan Shepard now, who would inherit the lead. Shepard's going to stay out. Kind of surprised by that. So move Morgan Shepard back to the lead. He's led early, so no more bonus points for him. Speed now up to second. Waltrip's on pit lane. Bobby Allison up top 5. Shepard's headed in. Looks like late speed's going to make the left-hand turn. Kyle Petty's in. Davey Allison's in. Bobby Allison, Benny Parsons is in. That's 6th place. Richard Petty is 7th. He has already led a lap to get his bonus points. Richard Petty's going to stay out. He's 91 laps on this pit run. Shepard's in, Lake Speed's in. Terry Labonte's going to move up to 2nd. Allison pit side. Bobby Allison and Parsons. Terry Labonte is now scored 2nd officially. Bonnet's in. Greg Gannon's showing 3rd right now. Bonnie's still out. Petty is out. There's the 26. Morgan Shepard. So that could be a battle for the lead. Bonnie's going to head in. Petty's going to continue to lead. He's going to have to probably pit this time. Labonte just pitted. Slow pace here for Petty. Slow pace here for Petty. Down the backstretch. He had to be pushing it on fuel. Petty's going to take the turn left. It's going to give the lead to Ron Bouchard. Should not come in. Bouchard's in. Baker's going to come in. Schrader, I imagine. So Waltrip there should move to the race lead. Waltrip over Earnhardt. That gap now is a lot closer. Earnhardt, though, 2 laps. Tends to go about 2 laps before anyone else. Ernie Irvan, 4th place, has not pitted yet. That's he's working. He's going to be pitting on his 93rd lap of this run. It's been It's on lap 93 of this stint, so it should inevitably get him a couple positions. But he's going to have to pit this time, if not next. 7 there, Rusty Wallace catching up to him. Rusty falling back to 18. Ernie Irvan still staying out. Working 90 on lap 94, 93 laps on this run for Ernie Irvan. Waltrip leads over Earnhardt now, 0.8 of a second. So keep an eye on Ernie Irvan. See the left front brake blowing there. Bill Elliott's going to get by him. So 55 is going to come in with him. Bill Parsons. Those two are going to be some of the last pit. They went 94 laps. Earnhardt now back within half a second. I believe Waltrip got pinned up by the 1 car of Brett Bodine. Earnhardt there to the bottom. Waltrip's going to pull back out to his lead now. I have to get by the 82-year Mark Stahl. I believe that's the 15. No, it's the 19. Derek Cope goes pit side. Petty, 11th there, first car lap down. Rudd's out of pit. Derek Cope pits. Buddy Arrington, Jimmy Means, and looks like they're pit side. JD Duffy. Chrisman is in. Bill Parsons is out. Jimmy Means did a pit stop. Ernie Irvan is coming out. He's now 2 laps down, 22nd. That pit cycle did not work in his favor. You can definitely see a difference in tires, though. Petty last pitted 6 laps ago. Ernie Irvan last pitted 2 laps ago. They completely got by Earnhardt fast, quick, in a hurry. 67 from Bouchard, or Buddy Arrington. Excuse me. Down the pits. Arrington is out. Earnhardt, 1.2 seconds the gap. Darrell Waltrip continues to dominate here at the Rock. Goodwrench 500. Tied number 17. Duffy should be heading out. She's there. Waltrip leading 0.8 second now to Earnhardt. Sauter. Jim Sauter goes pit side. Ron Thomas is exiting the pits. Hart 9/10 back. Waltrip leads. Petty's there in between them, working the 67. That's Buddy Arrington. Looks very much alike Ron Bouchard. The two confused. Back to Earnhardt. The outside. Nearing lap 300. Jimmy Means there. Working behind Dale. Earnhardt has Richard Petty now between him and Darrell Waltrip. Bunch of cars between Earnhardt and Shepard. Shepard there about 5.5 seconds back from the leaders. Don't think he'll be catching them anytime soon. Bunch of the cars going to get back by Earnhardt. Not sure what happened there. Earnhardt had got by Arrington. Got by Jimmy Means. The 41 of Ronnie Thomas is going to get back by there too. Not sure what happened to Earnhardt. Let's find an answer. Replay here. Not quite finding it. Earnhardt's second back off of Waltrip, but lap cars are running these leaders. I know I keep talking about it, but I think tires has a lot to do with it, because Jimmy Means pitted 8 laps ago. Richard Petty, he pitted 13 laps ago compared to your leaders almost 20. I mean, with the way the track surface is here at Rockingham, wouldn't be surprising. I mean, we've seen two lap difference of pit stops between the leaders make a difference as the run goes on, but we're seeing now Earnhardt has worked through traffic to get by Darrell Waltrip, as all those guys have got back by the leaders. Richard Petty's got back around them. So this is just what Earnhardt needed. Approaching the lap 300 here. So basically a three-fifths of the way complete. Nearly 500 lap race. Refresh to make sure we're live. Starting to really see the rubber buildup on these cars. Really getting racy throughout this track surface. Groove getting high and wide about halfway up the track. Seeing the rubber build up there. Lots of sun in turn 1 and 2. Then getting a little bit of shade down the back stretch. Turns 3 and 4. There we see is a good look. See all the tire wear, the groove halfway up the track. Earnhardt 2/10 off of your leader, Darrell Waltrip. 29 car. Yarborough battles back there. 55 of Phil Parsons and the 11 of Terry Labonte. That's a battle for the 11th, 12th between Labonte and Yarborough. 55 car Phil Parsons, 8 laps down. Waltrip staying with your race leader, Earnhardt staying with your race leader, Darrell Waltrip, as they go to work on the ST3 of Richard Petty. Sailor completes a pit stop. Back line, battle for the lead. Buddy Baker jumping behind. Battle is for the 17th spot. All those cars a lap down. Richard Petty, the last car on lead lap. They're right in front of the leaders. 11 cars make up the lead lap. 300 laps in the books, so about 3/5 of the way complete here. Lap 369 will be a nice lap when we get there, because that will be the 3/4 mark of the race. So coming up close on 3/4 completion here. at the number 3 of Dale Earnhardt. Waltrip leads over Earnhardt. Shepard in third, Bill Elliott fourth. Blake Speed rounds out your top five. Really starting to see the rubber on the tires or on the cars build up, at least on my screen. Not sure how much the recording is picking that up, or if you're watching this, whatever quality you're watching it in, how much you can see that. But lots of rubber now built up on the track. Really starting to get on these cars. Really start to see it, especially right there down the left side of the 5 of Jeff Bodine. Even let's take a look here. And take a look right there in the yellow below the Goodyear. Lots of rubber globs on there for the 5 of Bodine. Bill Earnhardt. The right front side here. It's got 55 of Phil Parsons right in front of him. The sight's set still on 17 of Darrell Waltrip. Right rear there. You're in that throttle. Lots of off throttle there. See the groove really developing about midway up the track. Waltrip going to dive down low. He's working around the 50. That's the 55 still in front of him. Yep, Bill Parsons. There's Waltrip. Earnhardt going to go to the outside here. There you can see a good look at the rubber buildup on the 43 there. Richard Petty. Earnhardt in the distance about half a second. Here comes the 81. Chet Phillip around the outside. Chet Phillip did it 15 laps ago. About 15 laps fresher than leaders. Chet Phillip there, 41st, 6 laps down, and you're up right in. Go back watching live. Waltrip now the 81 between the two of them. There's the 70, J.D. Duffy. Duffy hit by Earnhardt. Earnhardt falling off, it seems. Now about a second off the race leader, Darrell Waltrip. Morgan Shepard still over 6 seconds back there. Bill Elliott fourth. He's about half lap off the pace. As I say this, he's on the exit of 2. Your leader's exit of 4. '67 of Buddy Arrington's next car. Darrell Waltrip's going to have to deal with. Arrington is C34, 3 laps down. Earnhardt P2, 1.1 seconds back. Start to close in, hopefully, on your leader. Now 0.6 of a second between him and Waltrip. Waltrip getting hung up on the 70 of McDuffie. Waltrip leads over Earnhardt. 0.3 a second is the gap. Waltrip has not been able to get back by McDuffie ever since McDuffie passed him. leads by Bonnie for 11th. That's right behind your leaders. Interesting how that worked. Earnhardt 4/10 a second back. Both of them. Earnhardt not gaining on Waltrip. Waltrip not pulling away. Morgan Shepherd still 6.7 seconds behind the race leaders. 360. Buddy Baker leads by Rusty Wallace for the spot. That must go to 80. Rusty Wallace currently 16. Mid-pack run for him. Kind of surprised by that after really having a stellar Daytona 500. Really not been in the mentions here at Rockingham. Goodwrench 500. Waltrip finally getting some momentum, it seems like, on McDuffie. But once he gets by McDuffie, he's still going to have to deal with the 41 of Ronnie Thomas. Let's see if Earnhardt can start to close back. Triple down. Cars are 2x2 ahead of them, though. As I say that, they've sorted themselves out. Jimmy Means there, 81 and Chet Phillip. Waltrip going to the outside, making some moves. He's going to be by the 41. That is Ronnie Thomas. Here comes Earnhardt. Earnhardt staying with him. Through lap traffic. Second off the lead. Lots of sun in 1 and 2. Interesting to see if that starts to do anything to these drivers. Seems like picking up some speed forward. Lap times in the low 28-second bracket. It's interesting here looking at the timing and scoring board on my end. Looking at some lap times, Earnhardt's best lap is a 24.951. Morgan Shepherd's best lap was a 24.892. Both of those led a lot of laps and led early. Darrell Waltrip, however, kind of took the lead about a quarter of the way through, more or less. His best lap time is a 25.9. So Earnhardt and Shepherd's best lap times when they were basically leading are a second faster at best than your current race leader. But now all of them are on similar lap times, running 28.2s the last couple laps. So it's interesting to see how the leaders, when their best laps were, and what kind of the track states were. Early on, Earnhardt and Shepherd, blazing fast lap times in the 24 and 25 second, or in the in the high 24-second brackets early on, and the track has progressively slowed down to where it was over a second slower when Waltrip got the lead many laps ago. Now we're turning laps in 28 seconds. It's weird and kind of interesting to see that we've had laps in the 24s at best. Now we're running consistently in 22 or in the 28s. Morgan Shepherd, compared to the leaders last lap, 10th faster, still 7.2 seconds off of the lead. Shepherd turned at 28.2 compared to the leaders 23s. Still going to turn at 28.2. Difference of clear traffic maybe. Earnhardt has a 29 behind Yarborough. Yarborough is 11th. Gary Gant right behind them. It's 12th place, so 11th and 12th right there, doing battle behind second place. Earnhardt half a second off their leader. Waltrip still not been able to get by JD McDuffie. Earnhardt now has got passed by 33. That's Harry Gant, the 29, Yarborough, all on similar tires. Earnhardt's falling back. Waltrip going to go to the bottom. He hadn't been able to get by McDuffie. Now he's going to get passed by Yarborough and Harry Gant. Those will get their laps back. So that's going to leave Terry Labonte not too far behind the leaders either. Richard Petty with him. Even Buddy Baker not too far back off the leader. So we might see a couple cars start to get back on the lead lap here in what's been still a caution-free race. Earnhardt about a car length and a half behind Waltrip. Take a look at lap times. Last lap for Earnhardt closed half a second on Waltrip the last lap, 28.2 to 28.7. Waltrip not been able to get by the 70 of McDuffie, and that is costing him. But Earnhardt really hasn't been able to capitalize on it. 2.5 car lengths between your race leaders. It'll be interesting to see now what happens. Waltrip's going to look to the inside. McDuffie. Earnhardt's going to follow him. Mark the bottom. Up on the 67, Buddy Arrington there. McDuffie's going to pull away. Earnhardt's going to look to the outside. Earnhardt to the race lead. Earnhardt's going to clear Waltrip. But Earnhardt's still going to have to deal with the same lap traffic that Waltrip had to. Earnhardt, 2.5 car lengths ahead of Waltrip now. Earnhardt's going to have to do a better job of getting by these lap cars. Going to have to start figuring out a way to pull out the lead over Waltrip. We'll look at Morgan Shepherd there, still 6 seconds back. Can't do pack racing here for the leaders. Want to have to make some moves. Earnhardt. Look to the inside, McDuffie. Couldn't capitalize. Here comes Waltrip on the outside. Races for the lead here out of turn 4. McDuffie's going to go high though. That's going to let Earnhardt go back to the bottom. Waltrip's still going to have the momentum. Waltrip though tucked behind McDuffie. Or Waltrip's going to try to go outside of him. Earnhardt's going to have to make Earnhardt to the outside as well. Looks like they're finally going to dispose of McDuffie. Tough break there for Earnhardt as he's now 3/10 back behind Waltrip. Waltrip's still going to have to get by the 67 Buddy Arrington. I don't think the 3 car is out of the picture yet. Lap 3:33 here. Waltrip leads over Earnhardt by 4/10. Caught behind the 67, Buddy Arrington. Waltrip had to dive low there. Waltrip not able to pull up beside him. Arrington's going to stay in front of him. Waltrip's still not getting by the 67 car. We'll look to the inside down the back straightaway. It's getting racy here at the Rock. Waltrip to the inside. Here comes Earnhardt on the outside with the momentum. Earnhardt's going to get back by Waltrip. Still going to have to deal with the 67 car. Buddy Arrington. I think Earnhardt's closing in on him. Earnhardt's going to look to the inside. Not going to have them be able to give him a nose. Fade to the outside. Earnhardt's going to get around the 67 here out of turn 4. 160 some laps to go. The intensity is picking up. Earnhardt now to about a 2/10 second lead. Waltrip close in tow though. Neither one of these been able to lead and stay out. Earnhardt's going to run the middle there. I'm kind of surprised by that. You're 3 and 4. That's going to cost him, though. Waltrip about exited right on his bumper. So they now get by, deal with the 81 there of Chet Phillip. Again, that is one of the pace leaders not responding here today. Hard by Waltrip. 81 car, Chet Phillip running that outside. Earnhardt's found something in the middle. That's 2 or 3 laps there in a row. He's kind of got a little bit high, and he's running a lower line down the front straightaway too. It's almost like he's kind of getting out of the rubber. I don't know what is working there for him, but he's pulling away from Waltrip. It's like he's found the middle, kind of searching here. Here he's going to run it again. Let's go to a chase. Camera's picking it up good on the recording for my end. He's almost like getting the right fronts. They're out of the dark black where the groove is, getting him out of the rubber. Kind of found something there. I mean, he's pulled away to a 1.2 second lead over Waltrip. So Earnhardt's found something. Waltrip's maybe flirted with it here. Starting to see the track shift. Waltrip, though, still staying down in the groove. Earnhardt's kind of running 2 wheels above it. To keep an eye on that. Through the middle of 3 and 4 here. Earnhardt's last lap, almost 0.6 of a second faster than Waltrip. So Earnhardt's found something up there. Ooh, contact. 3 in the 82. That's Mark Stahl. Earnhardt giving him a right side door there. Earnhardt wants that middle groove, and you're in it. He's going to take it. Drives it in deep. Almost into the back there of the 82. Track is starting to get faster again. Earnhardt in the 27.5 second bracket. As we say that, though, he's at a 28.5 compared to Waltrip's 28.0. That 82 car held him up. Earnhardt's found a whole nother gear here, pulling out to a nearly 2 second lead over Waltrip. So Earnhardt continues to lead, now 2 seconds over Waltrip. Waltrip still running the bottom. Take a look at Earnhardt here. He's going to kind of running the middle. Take a look here at lap times. 27.646 Earnhardt, 28.116 for Waltrip. So half a second faster a lap, almost consistently for Earnhardt. He now 75 there. Neil Bonnet's going to get to the inside. Earnhardt's going to pass him outside. Earnhardt has found something on the top of the track. Said tops up here, bud, to Darrell Waltrip. And has gotten himself into a whole nother zip code. Still half a second faster. 27.7 compared to a 28.2 for Waltrip. Earnhardt stretching out to a nearly 3 second lead here. 69 laps since he last pitted, so he's a nice way into this run here, and still continues to find speed. Still about 20 to 25, I think 94 laps it was the longest pit run. 92 has been, I think, Earnhardt's kind of point mark. He's still about 20 to 22 laps away from a pit stop. This is what he needs, though. When he goes to pit, he's going to need to come in with some advantage over Waltrip, so that when things cycle out, he has some pull over him. So when we pit here in 20 laps, lap 60. We're only 2 to 3 pit stops left in the race. So track position is going to be key. Only 11 cars on the lap. Harry Gant there, we see that's the 11th place car, the last car on the lead lap. Earnhardt's lead the last lap, 3/10 faster. 3/10 of a second faster than Ultra. Ultra now 4 seconds off the lead. He still continues to run the bottom. Earnhardt through 1 and 2 here. Earnhardt towards the outside of the group. Ultra more in the middle, the bottom there. That's the difference. Another heater of a lap for Earnhardt, 27.7 to a 28.1. Another half a second faster for Earnhardt. That makes sense as we look there in the top right corner, 4.6 seconds back to Ultra. 4.8 now. Earnhardt's going to have to get by the 33 school band car. Gant passes him there on the outside. It's taken 350 laps to get here, by golly, but this track is shaping up to get really racy and dynamic, and we're going to see some good passing and battles here at the end. Let's take a look. Haven't gave him much airtime as of late. Let's go back and look at Morgan Shepherd. Currently 8 seconds or so off the lead there. Quaker State number 26. He's got the 88. Buddy Baker right in front of him. Take a look at Buddy Baker. Currently 14th a lap down. 82 there. Mark Stahl, 40th, 6 laps down. Shepherd will look to the inside here, Buddy Baker. Not a lot of cars have been running that Earnhardt line. Bobby Allison's found it. He's up there. Lake Speed still towards the bottom. Elliott on the bottom. Kyle Petty. Somebody way up high there. Parsons, Dave Allison, Neil Yarbrough, and Earnhardt. Moves out to a 6-second lead now over Oldham. Still half a second faster each lap. Interesting stuff here. 55 there. Phil Parsons kind of found some groove. Just taking a kind of look throughout the field, trying to see some race lines here. Earnhardt's going high. Waltrip's staying low. Shepherd's kind of in the middle of the groove there. Bobby Allison in 4th. He's going to catch Shepherd here soon. He's not. About a second behind Shepherd in 3rd. Yarborough gets by Davey Allison. Harry Gant has found something up there on the outside. Harry Gant's going to battle with Richard Petty. That's for the 11th spot. Again on the outside, Petty on the inside. Go back to your leader here. Earnhardt by 7.5 seconds. In a groove of his own here at Rockingham. It stops in about the next 10 to 15 laps. Should be about the next 12 laps for Earnhardt. Through the middle there. Worked by the 28. Davey Allison. Davey Allison now in 10th place. A lap down. 9 cars on the lead lap here. The next car he's going to have to get by is Yarborough. Not too far ahead at Earnhardt. Benny Parsons not too far out of that picture. There we see it. Some type of speed hack, I swear, for Earnhardt. He's going to put 29th place Cale Yarborough a lap down here. Earnhardt over half a second faster than Waltrip the last lap. Morgan Shepherd's found the 27-second bracket. Bobby Allison ran a similar lap last time to Earnhardt, only a tenth slower than Earnhardt. He's found that second groove. Earnhardt leads him 9 seconds over Waltrip. Shepherd's catching Waltrip. There's about 1.3 seconds. You can almost see him there in the same screen. Bobby Allison, here he comes around the outside. Allison going to put the move on Morgan Shepherd. Shepherd now falls back to 4th. Bobby Allison has found that second line, and that's propelled him up to 4th. Bill Elliott still kind of running the bottom there. Bill Elliott's going to have to go by the 18 of Dale Jarrett and the 8 of Bobby Hillin Jr. 35. Benny Parsons and Earnhardt were way on top there. High, low, pick a lane, which one they don't go. Earnhardt through the middle of 3 and 4. 10-second lead now for Earnhardt. He's working on the 90 car of Ken Schrader. 19th place, 1 lap down, soon to be 2 for Schrader, Red Baron car. It stops in about the next 7 laps. 2 wide, way outside there. Earnhardt a little wiggle coming out of 4. Doing these. Love doing these races here. Been really fun to watch how it all plays out. We had a good one there at Daytona. My mic probably cut out as I was saying that, but really enjoy doing these races for all of you guys that are watching. Daytona was a good one. It's shaping up to be a good one here at the Rock. Really enjoy doing these. If you guys like this video and have made it this far, go ahead, drop a like, a subscribe. Going to do the whole 87 series. Like I said, really enjoyed doing these. These have been a lot of fun. It's getting really exciting and intense here at Rockingham as we see Earnhardt over a 10-second lead over Bobby Allison now up to 2nd. He gets by Darrell Waltrip even. Allison's found that Earnhardt line, if you will, and got from 4th to 2nd. Run the middle, 1 and 2. Speed's kind of getting up there a little bit. Earnhardt and Allison have definitely found it. Lake Speed has kind of found a little bit of a better line. He's still 3/10 off compared to leaders. Bobby Allison at 27.6, Earnhardt at 27.5, Waltrip at 27.9, Shepherd at 28 flat, 27.8 for Lake Speed. 28 for Elliott, so we're kind of starting to see who's finding it and who's not. Benny Parsons, I believe, raced with Earnhardt there a couple laps ago. They were way outside at 4. Earnhardt now dipping to the bottom. It's a 41 machine, Ronnie Thomas. Take a look at him. Ronnie Thomas, 36, 4 laps down. Earnhardt to the bottom now. See, Earnhardt's headed to pit. A lap earlier compared to normal. 91st lap for him. He's headed to pit, so that's going to give the lead to Bobby Allison. Is Allison going to lead the lap? And Bobby Allison to the list of lap winners. So it's 5 bonus points for Bobby Allison. Earnhardt makes his way to his pit box. Will now follow your leader, Bobby Allison, who should be coming to pit about any time now. continues to stay out. Waltrip stays out. Shepard's out. Lake Speed's still out. Benny Parsons is still out. So I wonder if Earnhardt had to come a couple laps early due to using his tires or something up. Bill Parsons, take a look at him. He's headed to pit. Ricky Rudd, 15. Bobby Allison should be pitting here soon. Bill Elliott's in, it looks like. Bill Elliott's out. Bill Parsons is in. Watch the leaders here. Waltrip reeling in Bobby Allison again. See the brake rotors blowing on that 22 machine. Allison will stay out. Earnhardt back to 15th, a lap down, but he was the first car to come in. Working lap 92 of this stint for Bobby Allison. Morgan Shepherd has got by. Darrell Waltrip's pitting. Like Speed still out. Yarborough still out. This should be huge for Earnhardt once this cycles. As 22, your race leader, Bobby Allison's going to head pit side. So Morgan Shepherd's coming, Lake Speed's coming. So that should put the lead to Yarborough here. I bet you him and Parsons are going to come. Yarborough's in, Parsons is in, Kyle Petty's in, Davey Allison's going to come. Harry Gant's going to stay out. Interesting move by him. So Harry Gant still hasn't led the lap yet. Richard Petty's going to be the race leader at this moment. Over Gant. Earnhardt back up to third already. Petty's going to lead the lap. So that'll be, I believe he's already led. If not, there's 5 bonus points for Petty. We'll watch this video back to make sure I get all the points right. So Petty now leads over Harry Gant. Earnhardt's out and in third. Not really too far away from Gant. Gant not too far away from Petty. Petty's slowing. Still going to stay out. He's going to get passed by Darrell Waltrip. As Waltrip is P9 now. Earnhardt gets by Harry Gant as Gant goes pit side. So Petty will be the last car. It looked one of the last cars to pit. If he can make it this lap, Shepherd goes by him. Petty's going to continue to stay out. Earnhardt around Bill Elliott, the 15 of Ricky Road. The 4 and the 5 car, not sure what's going on with them. The 4 hasn't pitted, the 5 just pitted. So he's working around a moving chicane with Rick Mass. Richard Petty's going to pit. That's going to move Earnhardt back to the lead. Ron Bouchard hasn't pitted, so we should see him come this time. On lap 875 for Bouchard. Petty is in. Here comes Bouchard. Schrader's going to dip in. Ernie Irvin is one of the last cars that hasn't pitted. Ernie Irvin and Greg Sachs. Irvin's going to stay out. See what Greg Sachs decides to do. Sachs is going to stay out. Ernie Irvin, 7th place. Imagine he pits soon. Waltrip out of pit lane. Richard Petty is out. Bodine has an incident. Let's see what happens back here. Bodine, Waltrip, and Ridley. They're going to get 3 wide. Just watching replay here. Waltrip into the 57. The 57 gets into the 1. Ridley gets into Brett Bodine. That's Brett Bodine is going to stop on the apron, not bring out a caution. So we go back to Earnhardt here. Tough break for Bodine. Bodine is taking a tow. Ridley is still in it. Their right front is damaged. Waltrip looks to stay out. He seems to be okay. He got into the 57. 57 pinballed into the 1. The 1 is off the track. Let's go back to TV here. Back live on Earnhardt, working around the 6 of Sailor. Earnhardt, plenty of lead over Bobby Allison. Bobby Allison turning well, a bit faster lap times compared to the 2. Darrell Waltrip with 26.6s. Allison 26.9. 26.9 for Earnhardt. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in this run. Mind you, Earnhardt has 5 lap older tires than Allison, and Allison's tires are better by a lap over Waltrip. So Earnhardt and Elliott in 6th place, 3 wide, by golly. Elliott in the middle. So interesting to see what 5 laps of tires makes a difference here. Over halfway, over 3/4 of the way home, lap 369 was a nice lap. Once we completed that, we made it to the 3/4 mark. So nearing the final quarter of the race here. Top 10 rundown: Dale Earnhardt over Bobby Allison, Darrell Waltrip 3rd, Morgan Shepherd 4th, Lake Speed rounds out the top 5. 6th, Bill Elliott, 7th, Cale Yarborough, 8th, Kyle Petty, 9th, Benny Parsons, and 10th, Richard Petty. Looks like 5 cars make up the lead lap. No, Bill Elliott's a lap down in 6th. So yes, 5 cars make up your lead lap in what has been a caution-free event so far. Buddy Arrington going to head pit side in the number 67. Jimmy Beans there in the 52 is in the pits. Earnhardt leads by about 16 seconds over Bobby Allison. Lap times are comparable. Earnhardt brakes blowing early in this run, driving wheels off that machine. 57, Jody Ridley's going to head pit side. It's got to be damage related, is my guess. Been only about 5 laps since they last pitted. Earnhardt's lap time. Bobby Allison's really reeling him in. 27-second lap time. Second half faster the last lap for Allison over Earnhardt. Connie Thomas takes it pit side. Earnhardt still leads by about 14 seconds. Still turning about 0.5 a second slower, continuing to be Earnhardt over Allison. As Bill Elliott in the 9 car, he's 6th place. He's going to go a lap down. He's still a lap down, rather. Earnhardt has plenty of lead, 13.5 seconds, showing 14 on your end. He's really running the bottom. It's interesting to see. Towards the end of that last run, he was getting towards the middle and the outside, the high line of the track. So it'd be interesting to see. Maybe that's tire wear coming into play and finding some grip up there later in the run. Earnhardt definitely had a really good long run for the last run here as we're approaching the final 100 laps of the race. So still going to be one pit stop left for sure. Earnhardt by 14 seconds. Lap times have settled out for the leaders. Pretty comparable between Earnhardt and Allison. Allison here coming to the line. Earnhardt's last lap at 27.5. Allison's is going to be at 27.3. Allison has continued to be a little bit quicker, but when Earnhardt turns a faster lap, it compensates for when Allison does. So kind of neck and neck. Not much going on. 31 there, that's Jim Sauter, and the 11 of Terry Labonte racing behind race leader. Kowicki there, kind of slow on the bottom. We almost got 3 wide. A crazy move there by the 31 of Jim Sauter. Get back by Earnhardt. As we are on lap 392 of 492, this time at the flag stand, 100 laps remain here at Rockingham. Chet Phillip, Mark Stahl have exited pit lane. Jim Sauter had came out of pit lane. He's currently behind Earnhardt, or ahead of Earnhardt there. There's the 11, Terry Labonte, 17 laps down. Try to get a lap back and by Earnhardt. Starting to work his line up a little bit higher. Bonnie, Texas Terry, has got some speed compared to Earnhardt. 11 lap pressure tires for Labonte. Earnhardt starting to move up higher during each of his runs. Bonnie's still pressuring. Earnhardt continues to lead. Earnhardt's lead still about 13.5 seconds back to Bobby Allison. Bobby Allison right now going into 3 as Earnhardt is going into 2. So about half, turning 27-second lap times. Earnhardt is about half a second ahead of your leader, Bobby Allison. As Lake Speed and Morgan Shepherd do battle. That's for the 4th spot. Those are the last 2 cars on the lead lap. There's Morgan Shepherd. There's Earnhardt. Morgan Shepherd back 17-some seconds away from your leader. So no danger of going a lap down for Shepherd. Still about 11 seconds between him and race leader Dale Earnhardt. If I'm not mistaken, IRL in real life, Dale Earnhardt was the leader, or was the winner of this event. So far, Earnhardt, I believe, going in off of our recreations, I believe Earnhardt won the Busch Clash, was 2nd at Daytona. Rusty Wallace won the Daytona 500 here. In real life, I believe it was Bill Elliott. And then Earnhardt leads the Goodwrench 500 here at Rockingham right now. And in real life, I believe he did win this event. So we'll see if the historical accuracies in the picture. So take a look. Rodney Combs pitted. Michael Waltrip gets by Ron Bouchard. That's for 18. It's going to be interesting here, though, to say the least, what happens with Earnhardt. Has a half a lap lead, which will definitely help him when he pits, but he's going to have to pit 5 laps before Bobby Allison does in second. Earnhardt pitted 31 laps ago. Bobby Allison 27 laps ago. Earnhardt pitted basically 5 laps earlier than most of the potential contenders. Now, mind you, only 5 cars make up the lead lap. Morgan Shepherd in 5th, 17, almost 18 seconds off the lead. So Earnhardt has plenty of cushion. There's only 4 seconds though between 2nd and 5th. 5th and 4th are close. 4th is close to 3rd. 3rd really isn't out of the picture of 2nd, but they're all well behind Earnhardt. Fastest lap of the race has been Morgan Shepherd. There you see the purple indicator in your top right. Track has cooled off. We were at the 140 to 142 degrees Fahrenheit mark. Now we're at 135. So throughout all the track changes of cloud cover, etc., the track has cooled down about 5 or 6 degrees, which will help give these drivers a little bit more grip. About 97 laps to go here. 89, 90, I don't know math. About 89 laps to go here. It's all Dale Earnhardt, Wrangler number 3. Lap 4:03. Still a 14.3 second lead over Bobby Allison. It's been a caution-free event here so far. Good race here today. Mark continues to lead. O'Neill had pitted 2 laps ago. He's last place now, 28 laps down. After that contact, there you see the damage on the left side. That was the contact with 57 of Ridley after contact with Darrell Waltrip. Ridley 5 laps down. Waltrip still 3 now. No damage really on his car. 27, Rusty Wallace right ahead of him. Rusty 14th, 1 lap down, your Daytona 500 winner. Had a mediocre day so far. Been pretty quiet. 82 there. Mark Stahl looking at the outside. He had one of, if not the fastest laps the last time around. 27.4. Leader for 27.9. 27.3 for the 39 car. Found some speed here late, but not going to help him gain 7 laps down to 39th. Cody GT. Appreciate everybody that's made it so far here. We're in the final 100 laps of this race. Dale Earnhardt leads by 15 seconds over Bobby Allison. Darrell Waltrip 3rd, Lake Speed 4th, and rounding out your top 5 and the last car on the left, 26 of Morgan Shepherd. Track continues down, now showing about 134 degrees. Go on board here a lap or 2 at the line with Earnhardt. Completing lap 4:09, now working lap 4:10. 4:10, a great number. Working the wheel, working the throttle, down the backstretch, hard on the gas, letting off early, letting the car sit forward. Get the gas. Off the turn 4 here. Earnhardt's lead lap 4:10, now working lap 4:11. Right right on board with second place Bobby Allison. 15 seconds off your race lead. So he now completes the lap. Watching the hands, looking at the feet, working that throttle. There he is. He's coming out of 4. Earnhardt's coming out of 2 down the back stretch. Earnhardt got the 50. Greg Sachs right in front of him. Some air time here to Greg Sachs, 23rd, 2 laps down in the Valvoline 50 car. In the books for lap 4 of 492. Intimidator. Wrangler number 3. Dale leads the way. Take a minute to look at some action through the field. Harry Gant gets by Benny Parsons. Richard Petty there in 8th. Yarbrough in 7th. First car lap down, Bill Elliott. Earnhardt not too far ahead of him. Jimmy Means there in between them. Looked like Turtle Wax 52, 5 laps down, 30th place. Darrell Waltrip, Martin Shepard do battle. Shepard gets past. Here comes Lake Speed around the outside. Speed there in 5th. Ronnie Saylor, they're going to get by Rustin Wallace as well. 62 there, Steve Crisp. Morton Shepard starting to fade. Bobby Allison there working on the 82 of Mark Stahl, trying to get by him. Mark Stahl way up top, 3 and 4. Allison towards the bottom. Go back to your race leader, working the bottom. 52 there, Jimmy Means. Earnhardt really low on the straightaways now. I wonder if he's kind of moving around or what. Running a really interesting line there. Has about a 15-second lead, so has plenty of time to play with. Basically a half a lap lead. Earnhardt enters 3 as second place Bobby Allison just crossed the finish line. Allison in turn 1, Earnhardt out of 4. Earnhardt 51 laps since his last pit stop. He's averaged about 90 to 92 laps. They will have to make one more pit stop. A pit stop at any point in time will get them to the end. So it'll be interesting to see how far they'll run this run. Jimmy Means there. Let's see if I can catch that. Jimmy Means, he's going to go fast, quick, in a hurry around the outside of the 88. Buddy Baker. Jimmy Means last pitted 36 laps ago. Buddy Baker pitted 43. Buddy Baker there in 16th. He's about to go another lap down to the realm of Dale Earnhardt. The Schrader Terry Labonte battle for 17. Earnhardt starting to move up, getting later in this run. The last 30, 40 laps of the run, Earnhardt starts moving up. It's kind of interesting to see how that goes. Allison there starting to move up too. Earnhardt's Lake Speed, who pulled a Fox broadcast move there, didn't show Lake Speed guy. Darrell Waltrip. Morgan Shepherd still back there. Excuse me. Earnhardt still leading. It's by the 88 Crisco machine. That's Buddy Baker. Earnhardt through 1 and 2. Out of 2 now to go down the backstretch. Still going to be interesting to see when everyone decides to pit. Earnhardt can go about 35 more laps. It's going to have him pitting with about 20 to 30 some laps to go. Has plenty of lead. Morgan Shepherd is probably going to end up a lap down here soon. There's Shepherd, there's Earnhardt, not that far behind. Shepherd 20 seconds behind the leader in what's averaging about 27-second lap times. It'll be interesting to see what type of pace Earnhardt runs. 57 laps since he last pitted, 5 laps more than any other car. Earnhardt there, going to have to get by the 70 of McDuffie, 31 of Jim Sauter. Earnhardt charging hard, drives it in deep on McDuffie. Earnhardt done wasting time on lap cars. Really starting to get aggressive here in the later stages of this Goodwrench 500. Jim Sauter there towards the middle of the track. Earnhardt's going to move up. Earnhardt by the 31. Now it's by the 81. It's Chet Phillip. Chet Phillip there, 39th, 8 laps down. The 31 of Jim Sauter, 35th, 6 laps down. By the 54 at Donnie Allison. There's a 6 car. Fan favorite Connie Saylor, Kroger 6. Rusty Wallace about to be 2 laps down. Goes from winning the biggest race of the season in Daytona to the second to the week after. Going to be 2 laps down mid-pack. Earnhardt getting out of the throttle there. A lot better than to go 3 wide with 2 lappers. Lights out on the Kodiak machine. Passes him easily. Coming to about 63 laps to go. About 30 laps away from pit stop. So we're going to have a final about 30 lap stint for Earnhardt should he pit at the end of the run. A pit at any point can get you to the end. Just a matter of when you want those fresh Goodyear tires and a full tank of fuel. Bobby Allison now is cutting into some of Earnhardt's lead. He's about 13 seconds back. He's pulled about 2 seconds off of Earnhardt. 21 at Kyle Petty, that 19. Derek Cope there. Allison around. Barry Gant there behind him. Go back to Earnhardt. He's got 5th place Morgan Shepherd now a lap down. Got his sights set on Darrell Waltrip. They battled for the lead a good portion of the race. Now Earnhardt looking to put his fellow competitor in 4th, 1 lap down. We'll take a look at 52 at Jimmy Means. He's way up top. 22. Let's see what he decides to do in 3 and 4. Getting way high, wide, and handsome there. There's Waltrip on the bottom, catfishing Jose. Earnhardt's going to catch him. Still has not been able to dispose of the 6-car Connie Sailor. Track getting really racy all from the white line to the wall. Earnhardt now down in the 27-second bracket again still. 27.6 for Earnhardt. Lots of speed out there. Irvin just got by Michael Waltrip. That's for 19. Those cars 2 laps down. Davey Allison by Benny Parsons for 11. Those cars 1 lap down as well. Waltrip now. Earnhardt in his mirror. Earnhardt still. There. Earnhardt still can't get by the 6 of Connie Sailor. Earnhardt going to have to pit here in about 25 laps. Needs to keep putting space between himself and Bobby Allison. Brett Bodine, that car involved in an earlier incident with the 57 and Jody Ridley, the 1 of Brett Bodine. Bodine in last place now. Rodney Combs has been involved in an incident, I believe, earlier too. Wiki 41st. He was the first guy to get in an incident early on, and he's managed to gain a position or 2 to help him in the points. 3 wide. What a hornet's nest right there in front of Earnhardt. He's got the 1 of Bodine, the 7 of Waltrip. Connie Sailor gonna have some speed. It's Waltrip now, 4th place, a lap down. Earnhardt's got his sights set on 3rd place, Lake Speed. Have to get by some lappers. 69 laps since Earnhardt's last pit stop. He's out to a nice lead there, so no worries with that. 57, Jody Ridley passed by the leaders more on the outside. Waltrip there now to the outside of Jody Ridley. Jody Ridley, 33rd, 6 laps down here. The 9 of Bill Elliott, 5th place car, 1 lap down. Looking to get by Darrell Waltrip. That's a battle for 4th. Both of those cars are a lap down, just behind the leader. Made contact out of 4 there. Elliott, Waltrip, Morgan Shepherd's fallen off behind them. This is your race for 4th. Waltrip low and slow on the bottom. Elliott, boogies and battles on the outside. Elliott's going to clear him down the front stretch. Elliott, P4. They're going to have to try to catch Lake Speed, but Lake Speed is well above them. Earnhardt's in contention to put Lake Speed a lap down here in a matter of moments. So 1 of Bodine's back by Earnhardt here with about 53 laps to go. Earnhardt about 20 more laps at most before he's going to have to take that Wrangler number 3 Chevrolet down pit road. Bill Elliott's not done with Earnhardt. Elliott's going to look to get a lap back. They about touched bumper to bumper there, 1 and 2. Bodine to the inside, Earnhardt and Elliott. Elliott 4th, a lap down, wanting his lap back to try to be in contention here. Bodine's going to race the 9 car though. Earnhardt down low, down the front stretch here. Elliott on the outside. Elliott's going to move back to the lead lap. Elliott's lap times are comparable to Earnhardt. It's only about a 10th difference. See the brakes low in there on the number 3 machine. About 50 laps to go. Earnhardt leads the way. I have to pit in about 15 to 18 laps. on the lap. There's Bill Elliott, fourth place car, the last car on the lap, battling with the 6 of Connie Saylor. Saylor 37th, 6 laps down. Really aggressive with the leaders so far, so has Bodine. Been kind of difficult on Earnhardt. Earnhardt's lead now 12 seconds to Bobby Allison. Bobby Allison pulled off 2 or 3 seconds here through lap traffic. Both of those cars still have one more pit stop. As the track starts to transition again, track is cooled off a lot down to 126 degrees in your upper right hand corner. Track is getting cold. A lot of cloud cover covering the track now. That's going to give these cars a little bit more grip here in these late stages of the race. Bobby Allison's last lap, 2/10 of a second faster than Earnhardt. Still about 11.5 seconds behind, so it's going to take a lot for Allison to catch Earnhardt. 445 in the books. 446 of 492. Saylor finally goes to the bottom, gets off the top, lets Earnhardt by. Saylor in 75 there, and Neil Bonnet. Bonnet 14 laps down, front of them ahead. Cars racing side by side ahead of Earnhardt there. So going to have to make a quick disposal of them. There's a 4 of Rick Mans, Bodine running the same kind of Earnhardt line through the middle there. Bodine's had good speed there in the number 1. They pitted 45 laps ago, so a lot fresher tires for Bodine compared to Earnhardt. 71 there, Dave Marcus, 23rd position. Pitted about 70 laps ago. 67, Buddy Arrington, 32nd place. 6 laps now. What happened to Arrington? Driving slow. Do you have contact with? No. Just checked up. Seems like he just checked up. He's still out there current laps. Not sure what happened to him. Earnhardt still leads the way, going back live here. 12.5 seconds back is Bobby Allison. Richard Petty getting by him. 3. Bill Elliott just above race leader Earnhardt. The 1 of Bodine and the 41 of Thomas. Right above, right in front of your race leaders. The 1 on the outside, the 41 on the inside. Earnhardt's going to have to find a way to get by him. 41 car well slower compared to the lap car of Bodine and Earnhardt, race leader. So you see some cars really take turns 3 and 4 wide and go up high. Bodine is one of them. Closer and closer to the wall for some guys. It's Bodine. It's one of the first to really get out there. Earnhardt still kind of through the middle of the track. Earnhardt working lap 86 of this pit run. I expect him to pit probably in about the next 5 laps. Ahead of Bobby Allison by about 12.3 seconds. Earnhardt. There through 3 and 4. 455 in the books. In the last 50 laps of the race, Earnhardt has been racing Bodine here for a long time. Bodine not giving up to Earnhardt. Earnhardt through the middle there. Bodine on the outside. Catching the 19 there. That's Derek Cope. Cope down to the inside. Earnhardt's going to get by him, run his middle line. Earnhardt should be pitting about any lap now. This is his 90th lap since he pitted. Seems to be about 90 to 94 laps is the pit window. Earnhardt's gone, usually about 90 to 92, so a pit stop any time now for him. This pit stop will make him to the end as he goes through the middle of 3 and 4 here. Don't expect him to pit this lap. Watch Bobby Allison. Bobby Allison through the middle there a little bit. This lap. Definitely. I think Lake Speed or anybody, I don't think anybody else will pit. That right there might be the money move. Bill Elliott's going to be the first car pit side, but Earnhardt's right there behind him. Bobby Allison. Let's see what he decides to do. Through the middle, I don't think Allison's going to pit this lap. So Earnhardt and Elliott. That's going to be a race. Earnhardt and Elliott. He's going to give the lead. Bobby Allison, he's still going to have to pit. Watch the race off the pit road between Earnhardt. Elliott. Elliott's off. Elliott's off. Earnhardt behind him. That might have been the money move right there for the win. Bill Elliott. Earnhardt's a good ways behind him. Bobby Allison continues to lead here. About 32 laps to go. Allison's going to have to find his way to pit lane soon. Lake Speed now second. Harold Waltrip's third. Earnhardt is scored ahead of Bill Elliott. Bill Elliott is a lap down. So Earnhardt should be able to pull this one off. They're three wide through 3 and 4. Earnhardt on the outside. Arrington and Yarborough below him. Earnhardt's going to get by him. Earnhardt by Yarborough now. That's for the 4th spot. About 3 still haven't pitted. I thought Bill Elliott was going to have something to say about that. There's Bill Elliott. There's your leader, Allison. Lake Speed behind him. As Earnhardt's way out by the wall. Waltrip's going to pit, so that should help him. Bobby Allison stays out. I think Lake Speed's headed in this time. Lake Speed's going to be headed in for the final pit stop of the day. Yarborough. Be interesting to see what he does and see how this all plays out. I think Earnhardt's in the catbird seat. There's enough distance between Elliott and Earnhardt. where Earnhardt pitted behind him, but still managed to keep the race lead. Yarborough's going to head into pit. Allison's in the pit. This is going to cycle it back to Earnhardt. Shepard's going to have to pit. Petty's going to have to pit. We'll keep an eye on them. Lake Speed is in. See what Shepard decides to do. Shepard's going to head in. Petty's going to stay out another round. Davey Allison's headed in. Harry Gant, I believe he'll probably head in. No, Gant's going to the round. Steve Wallace, he's hugging that line. See what Daytona champ decides. He's headed in. Earnhardt's going to lead over Petty. Richard's going to have to pit here soon. Gant's going to have to pit. Bobby Allison is out, but he's 20 seconds off the race lead. Bobby Allison from Jeopardy going a lap down. Harry Gant's third, hasn't pitted yet. Richard Petty is still second. Second, third have to pit. Michael Waltrip's up to seventh. He's going to have to pit, running the boards there. Baker's up to eighth. These guys trying to gain some position off the pit strategy, but Earnhardt leads over Petty. Seems like Harry Gant's going to finally bring it in. He had one of the longest runs going, about 92 laps since he last pitted. I think Petty is going to pit this lap. If he does, he's going to have to find a way around the 62. No pit stop for Petty. Bobby Allison. Cars really getting near that white outside safer barrier fence. Track really racy. You see the hands working there on the 22. He's going to have to work by Yarborough. Front brakes glowing. Slingshot. Lap times in the high 25 seconds, only about a second off his fastest lap for Bobby Allison. Lots of speed. Earnhardt's last lap was a 26. Allison was a 21. 7/10 a second faster for Allison. He's well behind Earnhardt. Allison has the speed. Does he have the laps? It's not too far above Earnhardt though. Work lap 469 nice laps are completed. Working around lap 470, now 471. Hart leads by 19 seconds. Rounds. Allison, though, turning laps almost 6/10 of a second faster. Too little, too late for him. We'll watch lap times. 26.525, Earnhardt's last. 25.966 for Allison. So just when it seems like Allison starts to click off times, Earnhardt's still faster by about half a second. That high line coming in late here today. Speed there, the last car on the lap. Earnhardt's catching him. About 19 laps to go. I think Bobby Allison's about out of it now. He's about 18 seconds behind. It shows on my end. Gonna have to gain a second a lap. We'll see that happen. 3/10 a second faster last lap of Earnhardt. Earnhardt's gonna pick his lap 26.6. Bobby Allison kind of been on the bottom now, not having the speed and momentum around the outside. Earnhardt leading the lap with a 26.618. Allison at the line 27.0. Earnhardt half a second faster that lap. Wrangler machine should have this one locked up. So Irvin and Jimmy Means will finally complete their pit stop. Earnhardt tons of speed there compared to the 15 of Ricky Rudd. Ricky Rudd has not pitted yet, actually. That explains a lot. He's 93 laps into this run, hugging that white line, yellow line in 3 and 4. Rudd's going to head to pit. Schrader completes his pit cycle. Lake Speed there in 4th, still the last car on lead lap. Slightly ahead of Earnhardt. 88 of Buddy Baker. He's doing battle with Earnhardt. Buddy Baker is 18th, 3 laps down. Don't think many of the leaders took. It's interesting to see that the leaders only had a 10-second box time compared to Derek Cope's last pit stop was a 22-second box time 93 laps ago. So that's the difference of tires versus, so that's a tire difference. It would have to be per time. So Earnhardt either took 2 tires or no tires. Same thing for most of the leaders. Cale Yarborough had a 15-second box time, so he might have taken 2 tires per se. Interesting to see some strategy pull out. Regardless of what the tire situation is, everybody got fuel, and whether they took tires or not, everybody's pit lane time and box times are about the same. Where if nobody took tires, then it's pretty much everybody. It's the playing field. 478 in the books, working of 492. Hard out to about a 16.5 second lead over Bobby Allison. 3rd place Bill Elliott, 4th place Lake Speed. They're working around the 5th place car Jeff Bodine, lead by Garrett Machine. There's the 30 of Michael Bolger. Give him some air time, 16th, 2 laps down. 82 there, Mark Stahl. 6 laps down, 36. Earnhardt, Buddy Baker still do battle. Buddy Baker, 17th, 3 laps down. He's wanting an extra lap back. Track is cooled off and gotten fast. 119 degrees Fahrenheit we see in the upper right corner. Lots of cloud cover here at the end. Hart leads over Allison, almost 3 wide down the backstretch. Buddy Baker, Parsons, Jarrett. Oh, they're 3 wide. They're 3 wide. Earnhardt in the middle. Got Buddy Baker below him. The 82 on the outside. That's Mark Stahl. Earnhardt manages to hold on and get his way through that. 4 of Rick Mast is in there. Harry Gant. 55 of Parsons. Your race leader Earnhardt. Well, they're 82 checked up. Let's watch that on the instant replay. 82 is going to check up. He's going to kind of come across the note. Earnhardt had to check up. Wow, that could have got really bad. 82 heads pit side. That's why that kind of happened. Earnhardt got lucky. He didn't get wiped out there. 15.0 seconds ahead. Shows up Bobby Allison. And on my end, it shows up about 13.9, 14.2 seconds behind. Allison has a commanding, or Earnhardt still has a commanding lead over Bobby Allison. Coming with 8 to go here. Lap 4 of 492. So 8 laps to go here this time at the line. Parsons going to make a run bottom of Earnhardt. Parsons wants a lap back for whatever reason. It's 38 laps down. Steve Crisp his pit stop here on lap 478. Just like Daytona, Earnhardt leading late. Lap traffic is a factor. This is going to be his race to lose. But with almost a half a lap's lead over Bobby Allison, it's going to take a tragic move for Allison to catch Earnhardt. I don't see that happening. The way these lap cars are being, anything can happen. This race has gone caution free. Connie Saylor, Steve Chrisman complete their pit stops. Next time at the line, 5 to go for Earnhardt. Lap cars galore in front of him. 21 of Petty, 55 of Phil Parsons. There's the 301 of Rodney Cone. Earnhardt 3 wide. Wallace on the outside. There's the 75 of Neil Bauman. Earnhardt through the middle here. Gets by Combs. Bobby Allison closing that lead in now within 12 seconds, about 11 and a half seconds. Earnhardt still has the lead though. Four laps to go for Earnhardt. Barring any crazy things happening, Earnhardt should have this one locked in the bag. Something. Chet Phillips completes his pit stop. Go back to Earnhardt. Phil Parsons on his inside. Still leading Bobby Allison by about 11.3 seconds. Earnhardt in the middle. 3 laps to go. Next time by, they'll get the signal 2 flags in the air. As we say, the popsicle sticks will be showing. 2 in the air from the flagman. Barney the flagman shows Earnhardt 2 to go this time by. White flag next time around. An 11-second lead for Earnhardt. 4 cars on the lead lap. Plenty of fuel to make it here to the end. Redemption is what Dale Earnhardt is after here today. A second place performance, getting beat by Rusty Wallace last week at Daytona. Earnhardt came here and said, I need to win, I need points, I need to dominate. And that's exactly what he has done here today. Led early, stayed relevant, led early, stayed relevant, raced his way, strategized his way. Earnhardt through turns 3 here. Connie Saylor's going to make a run on him. Whatever reason. Earnhardt through turn 4 to the flag stand. 492 laps complete, 500 miles. Earnhardt will be the Goodwrench 500 winner here at Rockingham. Second place will go to Bobby Allison, still making his way to the flag stand. Third will go to Bill Elliott, coming out of 4 to complete the lap. Fourth will go to Lake Speed. Fifth to Darrell Waltrip. Sixth goes to Cale Yarborough. Seventh, Davey Allison. Eighth, Richard Petty. Ninth, Morgan Shepherd. Rounding out the top 10, that's Harry Gant. 11th goes to Jeff Bodine. 12th to Kyle Petty. 13th, Rusty Wallace. 14th, Neil Bonnet. 15th, Benny Parsons. 16th to Michael Waltrip. 17th, Buddy Baker. 18th, Ernie Irvin. 19th, Terry Labonte. 20th, Ron Bouchard. 21st, Dave Marcus. 22nd, Greg Sachs. Bobby Hillin Jr., 23rd. Dale Jarrett, 24th. Rick Wilson, 25th. Johnny Allison, 26th. 27th, Rick Rudd. 28th is Jimmy Means. 29th, Derek Pope. 30th, Ronnie Thomas. 31st, Buddy Arrington. 32nd, J.D. McDuffie. 33rd, Jody Ridley. 34th, Connie Saylor. 35th is going to be Mark Stahl. 36th, Steve Chrisman. Chet Phillips, 37th. Bill Parsons, 38th. Ken Schrader, 39th. 40, Jim Sauter. Wicki will be 41st. 42nd will be Rodney Cone. 43rd will be Brett Bodine. So Dale Earnhardt is going to win it here at the Rock. That'll do it for me. Cody GTV here. 4 hours approximately to get her done. But Dale Earnhardt wins the Goodwrench 500 here at Rockingham. So we are 1 for 2 of matching the sim versus real life winners. So uh, see what continues throughout the season. Try to get some points done, um, all that stuff, and see where we're at for race number 3 at Richmond. So appreciate everybody for watching. If you liked the video, go ahead and give it a like. If you're interested in watching the remainder of the season, go ahead and subscribe. Videos will come out um, as I make them. So again, appreciate everybody watching. Cody GTV here, signing off.